battle is underway for control of Kiev as Russian troops close in.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on February the 26th, a Saturday. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, coming up for you this morning, explosions rock Kiev, with fighting taking place on the streets of the capital as Ukrainian troops try to push back, with President Volodymyr Zelenskyy vowing to fight on, warning Ukrainians they can't afford to lose the city. We'll bring you the very latest on the intensifying crisis.
Meanwhile, President Putin sanctioned the US, EU, UK and Canada target Russia's President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov by freezing their assets. Will this be enough to deter them?
The world stands with Ukraine. Famous attractions around the globe light up in Ukraine's national colours to express solidarity with the embattled country.
And of course, you can join in on any of our discussions this morning by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So let's begin with the very latest from Ukraine, and Russian troops are closing in on Kiev. Multiple explosions have been reported in the Ukrainian capital, but exact figures are unknown. But there are reports of a large number of Ukrainian casualties, both military and civilian, since the invasion began on Thursday.
Yeah, this comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin told Ukrainian soldiers to overthrow their country's leadership, whilst the US, the EU, UK and Canada have targeted Putin with sanctions. Both Washington and Brussels have frozen the assets, and those as well of Foreign Minister Lavrov.
Well, let's talk to our Home and Security Editor, Mark White, who's got the very latest for us. And what do we know, Mark, about exactly what is happening in Kiev today?
Well, certainly overnight, a lot of explosions and gunfire that was heard in the Ukrainian capital. Now, in the last hour or so, things have quieted down a bit. The Ukrainian government has said that it has managed to repel a number of attempts to take over some key areas of the Ukrainian capital. We've not been able to independently verify that. There are reports and sounds of gunfire that can clearly be heard on a number of feeds that have been coming out, in terms of video and sound feeds that have been coming out of the Ukrainian capital. And in that, you can hear sounds of explosions, you can hear the gunfire. Things are very nervous, understandably, in the Ukrainian capital as well. And what you have is a combination, according to the Ukrainian military, of they describe them as insurgent spies, people, Russian soldiers who are dressed in Ukrainian military uniform some of the time, coming in to try to sabotage areas and to launch sporadic attacks on key installations. They say they've been managing to repel that so far. But you also have, on top of that, of course, many of these Ukrainian soldiers are conscripts pulled back into service because of the war that is unfolding across Ukraine, and also civilians, those from 16 to 60 prevented from leaving the country now and told to take up arms to fight to defend their nation. So you've got a lot of nervous people running about in Kiev and elsewhere with little or no military training, with Kalashnikovs, even with Molotov cocktails have been told to make by the Ukrainian government, which is a recipe, obviously, for confusion, potential gunfire that might not necessarily be a direct Russian assault, but could be as a result of someone just being rather jumpy on the trigger. We got reports throughout the day yesterday of sporadic gunfire in Kiev, and those reports, by and large, tended to be incidents where people were firing warning shots and not direct military conflict. So we always have to be pretty careful with a lot of the reports that are coming out in a very confused situation.
Yeah, but in terms of those reports, Mark, we know the Ukrainians are determined to fight hard. We're getting reports that another Russian transport plane has been brought down. Now, as far as Russia's concerned, that's going to be pretty significant, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is a bit more substantial because we have US intelligence sources who are confirming that a second military transport aircraft has been brought down. Now, these aircraft can carry more than 120 troops on board. We have not seen any wreckage as yet to verify these reports, but as I say, both the Ukrainian military and now US intelligence sources suggesting that, first of all, a plane was shot down yesterday about 25 miles south of the capital, Kiev, and another one, the most recent one, shot down about 50 miles south of Kiev. Now, what the Russian military have been trying to do is to take key airfields around Ukraine because clearly for them, one, they want to gain air superiority so that they can move troops in across land much easier and then not come under attack. But also what they want to try to do is to get bridgeheads, get airfields so that they can fly in more troops to take areas as well. But they don't seem to be getting it all their own way. The very latest news coming out from the Ukrainian government is a claim that they have inflicted 3,500 casualties, deaths on the Russian military. Now, if that is true, perhaps not unexpected, there has been fierce fighting right across the country, particularly in the north, in the south of the country, and in the east of the country, as well as, of course, some of these key infrastructure locations that the Russians have been targeting as well. But 3,500 casualties is a very significant number. They also say that they have shot down some 14 Russian military aircraft. And I think those reports are actually quite credible because we have seen throughout the course of yesterday quite a lot of wreckage on the ground. It certainly appeared to be aircraft, not independently verified as to whether they were Russian or Ukrainian. But the Ukrainians have been saying that they have actually been using systems provided to them by Britain and America, shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons and anti-aircraft weapons to good effect. And yesterday, the British Defence Minister, James Heappey, confirmed that Britain would be sending more in the way of lethal aid to Russia. Quite how he gets that in, we're not sure. He wouldn't go into detail for very obvious reasons.
Of course, Mark, from the very beginning, we've been told, haven't we, that the Ukrainians would put up an heroic fight. And it seems they have. There are some amazingly remarkable images in the papers today and all over the television yesterday. There was one man who stood up to a line of tanks, very reminiscent of that famous picture from Tiananmen Square. And then we heard of the 13 soldiers on Snake Island, is it, just off the Romanian coast, who refused to give up and in the end were killed by the Russian invading force. But, I mean, the Ukrainians are putting up an incredible fight, and it's not going to be easy. They will fight to the death if they have to. That's everything you hear from them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, they are defending their country, and as I said, all those of fighting age and older, I mean, up to 60 years of age, are told that they should not leave the country, that they should stay, take up arms and defend their nation. So from 16 to 60, all those men are remaining behind while we've been seeing, you know, some very heart-wrenching imagery coming out of those men saying goodbye to their wives and children, knowing that it is very possible that they might never see them again. I mean, it is absolutely heartbreaking to watch those images coming out. And all the time, of course, those loved ones, the women and children primarily, and much older men, are heading towards the borders of countries that are bordering Ukraine. Now, already the Polish government has reported that there have been some 50,000 Ukrainians have crossed over into Poland. In Romania as well, thousands more have crossed over. And the UN Refugee Agency is reporting that potentially up to 5 million Ukrainians could flee into their neighbouring countries across the border in the coming days as the fighting intensifies. Now that, of course, brings a whole new level of complication to an already very difficult situation, as these countries neighbouring Ukraine then have to deal with a very significant humanitarian crisis right on their doorstep.
Meanwhile, as we ask for sanctions and they ask for tougher sanctions and tougher moves, as it says on the front page of the Daily Mail today, as lion-hearted Ukrainians stall the advance, cowardly EU leaders refuse to impose toughest sanctions and insist on right to sell diamonds and designer handbags to oligarchs. Some countries in the EU have actually sought exemption from some sanctions, haven't they?
Yeah. There is certainly some significant issues around the imposition of these sanctions. You remember, of course, Anne, the first tranche of sanctions that came in at the beginning of the week when Vladimir Putin decided to recognise those breakaway republics of Luhansk and Donetsk. The first tranche of sanctions that came in were really met with a lot of raised eyebrows, people feeling that that was not going to be enough to deter Vladimir Putin. And sure enough, of course, the next day, his troops moved in. Now, that was met with a second tier of sanctions, which have been more significant, more severe, but not uniform. You raise a very significant and important point there about some countries not being as willing as perhaps the UK, the US and some other European countries are to slap very significant sanctions on not just, of course, businesses out of Russia, the Russian state, but figureheads, individuals like Vladimir Putin, like Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, slapping and freezing of assets for these men and issuing travel bans on these individuals as well. So, yes, still a bit more to do to get everyone in lockstep. It's not happened yet. It may happen in the days ahead, but yeah, it doesn't help with a united approach when you have already this kind of breakdown in the response.
OK, look, Mark White, for now, thank you. We'll get more from Mark later on in the programme. Let's bring you up to date with what else is happening today. And British Airways experienced a major outage, causing several flights to be delayed or cancelled, and a number of passengers stuck on planes after landing at Heathrow. The airline's website and app were down for hours yesterday evening, so passengers were unable to check in or book new flights. It's BA's second outage in 10 days.
People eligible for a £150 energy rebate payment to help with rising living costs in England are being told they can get it quicker if they set up a direct debit to pay their council tax. The Local Government Association says otherwise it could take longer because checks will need to be carried out on each household.
NHS staff, union activists and campaigners are due to protest today and to demand an injection of billions of pounds into the health service. The Alliance will demonstrate in England and Scotland to oppose further privatisation of the NHS, as they claim, and call for fair pay. Well, lots of you getting in touch this morning. We'd love to hear your thoughts on what is going on and your take on all of this. Mark was mentioning the refugee crisis, the humanitarian crisis, which it could well become. They're looking at 5 million people from Ukraine heading out to those neighbouring countries. But of course, they may then have to go further afield because it's an awful lot of pressure on those countries. So
it's going to be a lot of people, isn't
well,
it?
it is. Do you welcome them here? Simon's been in touch. Morning to you, Simon. Who says we have a moral and humanitarian duty to take Ukrainian refugees.
And I'm also wondering about this business of those sanctions. I didn't realise last night, I suppose maybe it happened quite late, that some of the EU countries have secured themselves sort of opt-outs of the sanctions. And it says here that Italy has secured an opt-out so that they can sell designer luxury goods still to Russia. And Belgium has also done the same, securing a similar deal for its lucrative diamond trade. Surely that must be why Boris Johnson has been calling so often for the fact that the EU, or at least that NATO, must speak with one voice. You can't just have opt-outs saying, hang on a minute, we've got an awful lot of money in our diamond trade or something. We still need the right to sell them diamonds.
Well, they're trying to avoid the pain at home, though, aren't they? Which
Yeah.
maybe their residents want them to do.
But are we going to have to accept that having sanctions, or any sanctions that really matter on Russia at the moment, is going to cause pain at home? Is that not the sacrifice we should be making to support the Ukrainians?
It's going to cost us a lot of money. Becky's been in touch. Morning to you, Becky. It says, haven't we just used a huge chunk of our wartime fund to combat COVID? Well, yes, we have. Is this more debt for our country? Well, yes, it is. There's no way of avoiding that, but what do? The alternative is you sit back and just watch this unfold, which, I mean, you may think is what we should do and stay out of it. But of course, we have obligations with NATO to protect those neighbouring countries to Ukraine and Russia.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If we allow it to happen to Ukraine, if we sit back, and it does happen that Russia takes over the whole of Ukraine in the end with much bloodshed, where do they go next? What country do they attack next? And what's the point of being in NATO if we don't stand by our NATO colleagues? Joe says energy prices reportedly going even further higher to something like £3,000. This is simply not acceptable. All these world leaders making these bold statements about Ukraine are insulated from the effects of sanctions and wars.
Well, yeah, they've got plenty of money, haven't they?
They have individually, yeah.
Yeah, but again, it's what do you do? Would you be comfortable sitting back and just watching this unfold and doing nothing? Alan says Putin is not a madman. He's smart. He knows exactly what he's doing and timing it perfectly. NATO doesn't have the backbone to step up. It's all down to resources.
Is that fair, I wonder?
I don't know, Alan. I mean, you raise a point. You raise a valid point, and will NATO have to step in at some point? The problem with that is it opens up a full-scale war then, if NATO goes toe-to-toe with Russia, and it also brings in the question of nuclear weapons and two nuclear powers, in effect, going head-to-head. And would we trust President Putin not to start using nuclear weapons?
He's threatened that he will. And it's the first time we've heard that, since the end of the Second World War. And the problem is, if you are up against somebody who is that ruthless and, according to lots of reports, going mad, frankly, if you're up against somebody who would be prepared to press the nuclear button, and we are not, because hopefully our leaders are sane and sensible, then what chance do you have to stop him?
Yeah, it's very difficult. There are reports in The Sun this morning that he's preparing thermobaric weapons to be used in Ukraine.
Now, what's that?
Thermobaric, I mean, they're hugely destructive weapons. Heat weapons, if you want to put it in that sense, but they're hugely, hugely destructive, but they're not nuclear.
Are they these ones that they suck oxygen into the explosion?
And then it just goes bang.
And then it goes bang, yeah. So, I mean, that sounds disgusting.
It's horrific. It is horrific. And the problem with all of this, I think, is we talk about what is going on, we see what is going on, but unless you're in a war zone, which I have never been in, it is horrific. I mean, just the absolute sheer horror of that situation.
Of living, as we were seeing yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see more pictures today, people who live in ordinary apartment blocks, people whose children look like our children. I mean, I found that so moving yesterday, watching the footage of people loading their families onto trains. And then at the other end in Poland, the families getting off trains. And they've got their baby buggies and they've got their little wheelie suitcases and their children in the pom-pom hats, And you think they are like us, except that they happen to live in a country that has lived under continuous threat for so long. Geographically, they're so unlucky that they live there. But they're ordinary people like us, and yet they're having to leave their homes behind, and they don't even know whether they or when they will be able to go back.
Sort of there by the grace of God.
Go all of us, absolutely.
Well, look, keep your thoughts coming through. I mean, whatever your perspective, we want to hear from you. We'll discuss them all. It's fascinating to hear the different views. GBViews at GBnews.uk.
And do stay with us, because we've got plenty more to come, of course, including a charity trying to get first aid medical backpacks to Ukraine.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning, 6:24. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne live across the UK on your TV and your radio as we look at the latest situation in Ukraine. Let's just show, this is the border between Ukraine and Romania. It's the northeastern Romanian border checkpoint of Sighetu Marmației, where, I mean, there's not a lot of activity at the moment, but
they're awaiting trains, I expect.
Yeah, there've been a lot of people heading across that border. We're talking 5 million refugees that could be crossing various borders to try and counter what is going on.
It's interesting. Yesterday we were watching lots of pictures of people going over the border to Poland. And the Polish Prime Minister or President said yesterday, just come. You don't even have to have documentation, because I understand that, you just had to get out so fast. Just come and, if necessary, bring your pets. And I thought that was a really interesting thing to say, because you do forget about all of the things that you, as a family, feel is your home. And he said, yes, go on if you want, bring your pets.
Actually, someone messaged yesterday, didn't get around to reading it out, actually, about pets and what is happening with pets. So that's an interesting point.
Because if you were fleeing with your family, you would want to take your dog, wouldn't you, or your
absolutely,
cat?
part of the family.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you, we're getting from Reuters this morning, they're quoting the Interfax news agency, which is the Russian news agency. So, perhaps take it with a little pinch of salt, but Interfax is generally pretty reliable, who claim that Russian troops have now taken over the Kiev hydroelectric power plant to the north of Kiev. They're claiming they're getting that from Ukraine's energy ministry. But that, of course, is another big blow. I mean, it is part of the tactics here of taking over the country's key bits of infrastructure to control them. And it looks like that hydroelectric power plant just north of Kiev has been taken over by the Russians.
There was something else interesting about the fact that the incoming invading troops had to go through Chernobyl, in fact, took over the power plant. And they apparently scientists throughout the world who monitor these things were able to see that there was a sudden spike in radioactivity levels around the Chernobyl region. They don't think that there's anything to do with obviously the power plant that went crazy. How many years ago? 86?
Oh, it's a long time ago.
Yeah. They don't think it was anything to do with that. The sheer fact that there was so many tanks and so many vehicles just whizzing around over the surface of the soil and releasing radioactive particles which have been sort of settled. And they were able to tell that somebody had been doing that, just stirring up the soil in the Chernobyl region. Isn't that amazing?
And it was gamma radiation, wasn't it, which is the particularly dangerous
Is that
sort.
right? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, normally that's why that particular part of it, all of those lands around Chernobyl have been kept very, very quiet. There's been an awful lot of growth, foliage has grown over and everything. But to disturb it again raises a spike a perceptible spike in radiation levels, which is pretty alarming too.
It is, it is. Look, I mean, as we look at the pictures and as we hear the news, it is hugely disturbing. It's very disturbing, and no doubt you feel that you want to help out in some way. Well, of course, some people are helping out and launched 5 years ago to provide backpacks with first aid kits and medical supplies to frontline doctors. Sunflower of Peace aims to provide those sort of backpacks that have the potential to save up to 10 lives each, according to the fundraiser.
Now, we're joined now by Katya Malakova, who's founder of Sunflower of Peace. Hello there, Katya.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. Tell us what's in these backpacks.
So these backpacks were actually the list of the backpacks was given to us in 2015 by an American Ukrainian doctor who works for an American army. So these backpacks are made specifically to save, like you just mentioned, up to 10 lives in a battlefield. So it has IV starter kits. It has decompression needles. If your lungs are overflowing, you need to puncture the lung. Then there is a tube with a gel. You take the blood out, and then you put a halo seal. It's a little complicated, I know. And unfortunately, for me personally and for all of our volunteers who are working on this, it's all coming again. The memories are coming again from 2015, except this time, we have no time to prepare. It's just like too fast, too soon, and that's. But this is what the backpacks are for.
I know you've got Sunflower of Peace have got people on the ground right now trying to get these backpacks out. I mean, what are they telling you about the situation there?
So we actually, what's happening is it's not just Sunflower of Peace. We also, it's a collaboration between 5 big organizations here in the US. They're all Ukrainian organizations made and were founded by Ukrainians. So what we actually have a partner in Poland. And actually last night, a plane just flew from New Jersey to Poland. And in Poland, we have a partner organization that is going to meet that plane. They're going to clear it, and through Green Corridor, it's going to go to Lviv. And then we have people in Lviv who are setting up the volunteer center right now. For now, there is not much to say because it's just happening, you know, like, I guess if we talked tomorrow, after tomorrow, I would have more news to tell. But right now, it's just in the process, you know. We haven't slept for many nights, you know, just ordering, and donations are coming. Credit cards were blocked. Something else were blocked. One of the other founders of the organizations was attacked, had a cyber attack, you know. Her fundraiser had to stop for a day. So, but we did it, you know, and we're gonna keep doing it.
Well, by the very nature of what's inside those backpacks, it's got to get to the front line, hasn't it? And that must mean that your volunteers or the people who are helping you are putting themselves in some danger.
Well, you know, that's something you don't know, or maybe you know now about Ukrainian people. The spirit, there's something that is not comparable to, I mean, you know, like Russians love to call us brothers. Well, the spirit that we have, Ukrainians, are nothing to compare with any neighboring country, because we are selfless, we are very brave, and I know that it's going to get to the places that we need them to be.
Can I ask, Katya, how you are coping? I mean, you're clearly very tired, so you've not slept a lot. And this must be a hugely difficult time for you, looking back at what is happening in your homeland.
Oh, I mean, it's very hard, you know, like the morning that you wake up and you kind of like in the evening, you're just tired, and then you just fall asleep from being exhausted. And then in the morning you wake up and you see messages. And for example, this morning I saw all the messages from the doctors that we have worked for a while, and they're begging, you know, there's like, can we have it now? We need it now. And you just realize the extent of the situation and your inability to do it in the moment. And I do have my whole family is there, you know, and every hour we're checking on each other. And my mother yesterday was on the ground the whole day, which was in the US the whole night. And all you wake up, you think like, are they alive? You know, and so as many friends. That's, I mean, it's for everyone is like that. But you know what, about the coping, I think that this work right now is really helping to all of us, you know, volunteers, because you just feel like, okay, you just put yourself into it and you become part of it. I also want to say a huge thanks to people from the UK, because we have lots of donations from the UK, and it's just incredible. We're grateful, you know, very grateful. Thank you.
Katya, there will be people watching right now who might want to help. How do they find you? Just Google Sunflower of Peace?
Exactly. And one thing I do want to ask, so the fundraiser actually started from the limit for $5,000. We're right now at $100,000. And but Facebook doesn't release money as fast as we need. So I do ask all the donors to please, we have PayPal account there. That is immediate. And so that's what we are doing right now, is asking all the donors to please donate through the PayPal account. It's sunflowerofpeace.ukraine@gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, they've heard you say that, so thank you very much indeed, and keep up the good work. Yeah, and I hope you get to that target that you want. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's interesting, actually. Katya raises an interesting point. I know that she said their Facebook doesn't release the money as fast as it. I was just wondering how a lot of people get their news. You know, particularly young people get their news from social media nowadays.
And you can't rely on it.
Well, you can't. Certainly not in this conflict, because there are reports now that so many pictures, videos, and facts, or so-called facts, are being, repeated and retweeted and things like that in social media at the moment, and they're not verified images. In fact, when some fact-checking organisations have looked into them, they are videos from 10 years ago, old conflicts. Some of them are even video game footage.
I mean, it's frightening. You've got to be very careful what you believe on social media, and why you need to stick to. Really, I mean, I know it sounds like self-promoting, but you've got to stick to news organisations.
Because we won't bring you any video or any facts or any pictures that haven't been verified. And most of the major news channels are the same. We're particularly in a crisis like this, and particularly when you know that that Russia is part of the game, I suppose, not a game, but part of the conflict, is that that social media could be being bombarded
because
with fake news.
It's a weapon of war, disinformation, and it always has been. Disinformation and propaganda is a weapon of war on all sides, and it doesn't help. So you know...
Yeah, let's ask you, actually, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Would you trust social media for your news at the moment? Do you? We'd rather you watched us, frankly.
Well, yeah. well, we would, you know, or what go to anywhere reputable, actually, rather than rely on that.
The news organisations at the moment are really working hard before they bring you images, before they bring you facts, to make sure that they are true, they're verified.
Well, do stay with us. We've got plenty more to come for you. We'll also take you through the papers. We've got Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon with us this morning.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for...
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 6:38. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne across the UK, on your TV, on your radio and online.
Now let's take a look at today's front pages. Well, battle for Ukraine leads the Times. Explosions were heard in Kiev as Russian forces advanced on the capital in the most devastating assault the city has faced since the German invasion of 1941.
Well, The Guardian reports that Russian forces have tightened their stranglehold on the Ukrainian capital and carried out assaults on the country's Black Sea coast.
The Daily Express looks at the brave battalions of Ukrainian civilians that have joined the armed forces in a defiant stand to protect their homeland.
The Eye says Ukraine is bracing for devastating new Russian attacks with superweapons.
The Independent also looks at the battle for Kiev as Vladimir Putin called on Ukrainians to help Russians overthrow their government.
Yeah, not much chance of that. The Daily Mail leads with the fearless Ukrainians have put up an astonishing show of defiance against the Russian troops.
The Daily Telegraph claims Western leaders fear I'm not saying it right now this morning, Vladimir Putin will unleash a new weapon on Ukraine after fierce resistance slowed the Russian army's advance.
The Mirror says 18,000 machine guns have been handed to Ukrainian civilians who are volunteering to fight for the capital.
And The Sun praises the bravery of the people battling to save their capital city.
Well, let's go through those papers in a bit more detail. Broadcasters Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon are here. Good to see you both this morning.
Morning.
Petri, just before we get into the papers, I was just saying earlier on that it's very difficult to look at all of this and to actually understand what it is like to be in that conflict, in a theatre of war. You've been there, you've seen the horror, haven't you?
Yeah, and honestly, I literally could cry right now because...
Where were you?
I was in Bosnia over a 2-year period, 94, end of 93 to 96. So this has been very triggering, actually, because the buildings are very similar to those that I saw destroyed in Bosnia. The people look very similar to the people I saw destroyed there as well. And I am absolutely heartbroken for what's going on there, because war, and I wish I could use stronger words, is disgusting. What it does to people is disgusting. How it, unless you've seen the devastation a bomb can cause to a human body or a bullet, you don't know it. The smell of war, the feeling of war, the fear, the uncertainty. It is the most disgusting thing, and why humanity hasn't risen above this absolutely base, revolting way of sorting out a problem, I'll never understand. But this has heartbroken me. It really, really has. And of course, there's a fear as well that this will kick off Bosnia again.
Yeah. Because that's never settled down.
It's never settled. It's never settled. And the
there
Serbs,
are so many
of course,
places in Europe where there is such tension that.
But why? I mean, how much land do you need? What is it? Just
I know
ego?
That's what I can't understand.
Look at the size of Russia. I've been to Russia. I've been to Siberia. I was down in Lake Baikal near China. It borders on China and Finland. It is vast. Grow up.
Look, you said a really, you put your finger on the pulse there. Why can't we, as civilised societies, get on with it? The reason we can't with Putin is because he's not normal. We are dealing with such an unpredictable force that no amount of diplomacy can cut through. No. We are just sitting on the sidelines here, every single one of us, not knowing his next move.
But the last war was caused by a madman. Why can't something be done? Why,
I agree, I'm with you.
How come a madman can rise up and take control of a country and then explore these megalomaniac...
Yeah, and they're never on the front line, these people, either, or very rarely. And this is what infuriates me, is that Biden knows better. He lost his son to a military situation. Boris Johnson has never been anywhere near... I want them to just spend a day... Go to Kiev, spend a day in Kiev, and then come back and tell me that war's the only way. Try it. Spend a minute there. And if they've sensed it and felt it and saw it.
All right, let's be controversial. Is it a male thing?
Yes.
Do you think women would ever get
I don't
to
think
this
would
point?
be. I don't think women would get to this point. I think it's the despot, autocratic madness of a man like Putin, who has been in power, let's not forget, for 20 years. He changed the system in Russia that would enable him to keep coming back, keep coming back,
That's
keep
what
coming
Hitler
back.
did. That's what Hitler did. He created a system whereby he could stay there forever.
Yeah.
And surely the warning signs should have been seen in their own country before even we saw them.
Yes, but, even now we've got everyone can be a reporter these days. We have phones that can record everything via video, via messaging, everything, right? We've got the Wi-Fi that can send the messages. The pictures coming through from Russia of the Russian people marching in Red Square.
Amazing.
No to war, no to war, no to war. That's never been seen.
And it wasn't just in Moscow,
Russia.
was it? It was in many cities in Russia yesterday.
I mean, those people are so breathtakingly brave.
Brave.
Oh, because they're putting their lives on the
nobody's
line.
at war with Russia. We keep talking about the war at Russia. They're at war with Putin. You know, the soldiers, the conscripts that may be coming forward, they've got cousins and aunts and uncles in Ukraine. They don't want to fight.
Well, they don't know what they're doing half the time. There was some footage of someone who'd been captured yesterday, a Russian soldier who looked about 18.
Yeah.
And was sort of saying, well, we didn't know where we were.
We didn't know what we were supposed to do.
We didn't even know we were in Ukraine. We thought we were just on an exercise until we were 4 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrific. It's horrific. Look, let's just have a quick look at the front of The Guardian. Kiev on the brink, it says, Claire.
Yep, and there's a photojournalist picture there of a young boy with a phone in his hands, like I was saying earlier. Every single paper is covering this clearly, but it's the pictures that are drawing me from a humanitarian point of view. There is this loss, this hopelessness from the Ukrainians, especially in Kiev, as that is a key strategic point for the Russian invasion of Kiev and indeed the Ukraine. We saw pictures yesterday of people, the Ukrainians, in railway tracks, underneath the stations and everything. It's shocking in this day and age that this is what's happening. Kiev on the brink. Russian forces tighten grip on Ukrainian capital and attack coast in bid to topple the government. It's just shocking. And I wonder how long it will be before the triggering of Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which means that any step over into NATO land, a stray bullet over into NATO land, it will erupt. We will be in the middle of World War III.
Washington has already reiterated their commitment to Article 5.
And Article 5, let's just be honest, has not been triggered ever historically until after 9/11. That's the only ever time the 30 member states of NATO got together and triggered this.
How likely do we think that is to happen?
Well,
it almost seems inevitable, doesn't it?
It does feel...
I don't want to say it will happen because, you know, for months I've been talking Putin's playing cat and mouse. It'll never happen. He's getting off, for want of a better word, over all of this. 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here and it was the red flag waving against the breach of World War II, and yet here we are.
I don't know if he's quite mad enough to trigger a conflict on that scale.
I don't know. I wish we would stop forgiving him for being mad in a way. You know, everyone's going, oh, he's just bonkers, he's mad. This is just pure evil, what's happening, and for what reason, best known to Putin.
Only to him.
Only to him. But it's the haunted look in I don't know if I watched, I mean, I obviously haven't taken my eyes off it, but as an act of self-harm, really. But the people coming across from Ukraine into Poland, it's the look in their eyes that I saw again in Bosnia. There's just...
nothing.
Loss.
Yes, but what struck me when they're getting off the train and they've arrived in Poland and they've got baby buggies, they've got wheelie suitcases, they've got children with little pom-pom hats on. They're us. Except that geographically they have been born right bang next to Russia, and it's always been a problem for them. But they are us.
What does Russia do with people who are displaced within the Ukraine? Claire and I were talking about this earlier. Because what is he going to set up internment camps? Because the Ukrainians are not going to go quietly.
Well, that's one of the key problems, though, isn't it? And a lot of the analysts have been discussing this, saying even if he successly sort of militarily takes Ukraine, he can't hold it. How does he hold it?
Well, I mean...
Well, who's supporting him?
Well, Belarus.
Belarus. Yeah. But his bulging borders on with Poland, which had its own system, its own troubles last summer because of this. And then, obviously, China, Pakistan. Imran Khan paid a visit, did he not, to Russia the other day to sign an energy deal? I think we need to hit Russia hard, and the only way to do that is by the money.
Look, if we were brave enough, we should be hitting China as well. I mean, we really should, because China said, because we won't get their wheat and all of that from Russia, or Ukraine, indeed. And China said, it's OK, we'll lift our quota. I mean, look, China is part of this. Whether they veto a vote or not, they are part of this.
But China's going to, if we do that, China is going to respond in some way, shape or form, which perhaps we could say we can't handle that at the moment.
Well,
we're not handling anything at the moment.
We're not handling it at the moment.
But we're not doing anything very much, are we?
And who can ignore that plea by Zelenskyy saying, look, we're on our own here, where are you?
Yeah, but what do we do? What do we do?
I know.
If we send
but we're not
in...
sending them in because we're scared to. Let's be honest about it. It's nothing to do with geopolitics. Because if it was another country in Europe, there would be other forces employed to protect them.
But we're right to be scared of Russia and Putin and his finger on a nuclear trigger,
We
isn't
are. I'm not saying we're not right. I'm saying let's call it for what it is. Let's stop talking about this as if it's some geopolitical, we can't get involved because they're not NATO. That is nonsense. We're not getting involved because we're too scared to.
Doesn't this feel...
And that, if we accept that premise...
Doesn't this feel a bit like America must have felt like during the war, at the very beginning of the war? We were pleading with America to come in and help us. And they sort of wanted to, but didn't until they were drawn in themselves.
Until they were drawn in.
Is this what's going to happen?
I think so. I really, really think so. I think we diplomatically removed our diplomats from Ukraine, and I think that was sending a clear sign out to Putin to say, look, we're taking this seriously, but also we're taking our own people out because we need to see the vista. We need to see actually what's going on. Politically, geographically, with regards to the people there and the displacement of people, with all the borders that are going on, and the movements in, we had to see what was going on. Now we do. I think the only response will be if Putin does anything else. I think we'll be going in.
But I tell you what,
Can I just jump in at that point and say, ladies, we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you. This will be the latest video we've got from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He's posted this on Twitter from inside Kiev. Let's see if we can show you that. And what we haven't got a direct translation, a sound translation, so I can tell you he's saying lately there's been a lot of fake information online that I'm calling on our army to lay down arms and to evacuate. I am here. We will not lay down the weapons. We will defend our state because our weapon is truth. And the truth is that this is our land, our country, our children, and we will defend all of that. Glory to Ukraine.
That was something that we were saying earlier, wasn't it, Petri, about the how can we trust sources and the videos that are coming out?
Fighting the disinformation.
And Petri quite rightly said the first casualty of war is the truth.
No, always is. Always is. Look, we'll catch up with you two a little bit later on.
Thank you.
I wonder how you feel at home at the moment. I mean, it's one thing talking about a distant war, but then you do talk about it at the level we've been talking about, and you get quite emotional about it, don't you? Is it affecting you emotionally? Love to hear from you. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Now, on to other matters, closer to home. This is the first weekend in England without COVID restrictions since the beginning of the pandemic.
The hospitality sector has been one of the hardest hit over the last 2 years, of course. Freedom Weekend, then, may well provide a well-needed return to normal for businesses.
Is the government doing enough, though, to boost consumer confidence? Let's talk to Michael Kill, CEO of the Nighttime Industries Association. Morning to you, Michael. Look, what is the state of play at the moment and what are you expecting this weekend?
Good morning. Well, as you can appreciate, with the remaining restrictions being lifted and this being the first weekend where we're sort of freely operating, I think the whole industry is looking forward to it. I think we're all very sort of tentative, despite the announcement. We're very sort of focused on still having a very direct responsibility in terms of maintaining and keeping people, customers and our staff safe. So I don't think we're losing sight of that. But, the challenge that we have is we've been left in a very fragile state. And, we're hoping the mini budget on the 23rd of March from the Chancellor is going to allow us some financial headroom in terms of the extension of some of the reliefs.
I mean, you wonder about the mood of all of us as well, given that everything we're discussing at the moment, the state of the world, the fact that we're all worried about the cost of living impact. It may not be a boom weekend this weekend, but I imagine you're hoping that it will grow at least.
Without a doubt. I mean, look, many of these businesses have, I think on average from recent polls, are about 230 grand in debt per unit. They lost circa about 46 to 50k over the Christmas period, which they rely so heavily on to get them through the early part of this year. So I think everyone realises that this is going to be a slow growth period. But without a doubt, I think the challenge that we have is now we need the government to focus on positive messaging. And potentially see, and we've invited the Prime Minister and Cabinet Office ministers out to start to sort of reinforce that positive messaging that people can go out and socialise. And there are mitigations, baseline mitigations, still in place within bars and pubs that and nightclubs that will keep them safe, both staff and customers. So we need that positive messaging now to reinforce the fact that we're open for business.
OK. Look, Michael Kill, really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. He's hoping you start to get back on track from today. Thanks very much. Let's just bring the very latest on the situation in Ukraine. As we're saying, there have been more bombardments overnight. As Mark White was telling us earlier on, it's difficult to verify some of the reports of gunfire because we are getting the reports that so many people, so many civilians have now been issued with AK-47s and are just firing lots of warning shots and things. But there are reports of a lot of action. Indeed, claims from US intelligence that a Russian transport plane, a second Russian transport plane, has been brought down with we would imagine, about 120 Russian soldiers on board. So a significant blow for Russia there, but that fighting is intensifying.
Meanwhile, HMS Diamond is leaving Portsmouth to go to that area as well. So I didn't know there was an HMS Diamond, so Godspeed. Yes, Godspeed, absolutely. Look, stay with us. We'll bring you all the very latest coming up on this unfolding situation. But first, here's the weather.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs, sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A battle is underway for control of Kiev as Russian troops close in.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on February the 26th, Saturday. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, coming up for you this morning. Sirens sound through Kiev as Ukraine enters the third day of an escalating Russian invasion, with President Zelenskyy vowing to fight on. We'll bring you the very latest on the crisis.
Meanwhile, Putin sanctioned. The US, EU, UK and Canada target Russia's President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov by freezing their assets. But will this be enough to deter them?
The world stands with Ukraine. Famous attractions around the globe light up in Ukraine's national colours to express solidarity with the embattled country.
And you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So this morning, Russian troops are closing in on Kiev. Multiple explosions have been reported in the Ukrainian capital. Exact figures are unknown, but there are reports of a large number of Ukrainian casualties, both military and civilian, since the invasion began on Thursday.
And this comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin told Ukrainian soldiers to overthrow their own country's leadership, whilst the US, EU, UK and Canada have targeted Putin with sanctions. Both Washington and Brussels have frozen his assets, and those of Foreign Minister Lavrov as well.
Well, let's talk to our Home and Security Editor, Mark White, who's here with the very latest. And Mark, we have heard in the last few minutes, haven't we, from President Zelenskyy himself?
Yes, indeed. Just checking my mic was on. The President has made a video address. I say a video address. He's been speaking on a mobile phone that has been then pushed out on social media, really trying to correct the rumours and misinformation that's out there. This is as much an information war as it is a war of real fighting on the ground. And he has directly told the people of Ukraine, and specifically the Ukrainian military, that he has not called on them to cease fighting, to surrender. He wants them to continue fighting to resist the Russian invasion. And on that front, the latest from the Ukrainian government are reports that they have attacked a Russian military convoy heading into Kiev. And certainly there's some pictures not verified by us as yet. We'll show those to you once the reputable news agencies like Reuters release them later. But certainly there is some imagery which appears to show what looks like a military convoy on fire on a street in central Kiev. So the Ukrainian military saying at this stage that they have attacked a Russian military convoy and that there are casualties. Also news coming in again from Ukrainian authorities in the capital, Kiev, saying that an apartment complex has been struck by a Russian missile, that there are casualties there. Although thankfully, I think most civilians who are in these apartment blocks have headed into the likes of cellars or air raid shelters, or have just had the good sense to get out of the city altogether, given what has been unfolding there overnight with explosions reported over Kiev, and in the skyline those explosions are visible. The sounds of explosions and gunfires echoed well into the night around the capital and numerous other cities and locations across Ukraine.
Also just getting reports through, Mark, that Russian troops have captured the city of Melitopol in the southeastern region. And that is a significant population centre to be taken over. I mean, again, it's difficult to confirm, this coming from Reuters, but it's very clear that Russia is determined to push forward really quite quickly on this.
Yes, but what we don't know is whether actually Russia wants to go in and get involved in street-to-street fighting, which would be potentially very messy indeed, or whether it actually wants to encircle and effectively besiege cities across Ukraine, including the capital. That is another potential strategy that may well decapitate the leadership of Ukraine in that sense. So quite what the game plan is, we don't know. Certainly in the early hours after this incident, after this invasion unfolded, it was very much the command and control functions of the Ukrainian military that were being targeted, aims to try to degrade Ukraine's ability to launch its Air Force, very significantly smaller, of course, than the Russian Air Force, but it would have posed very significant problems to the Russian military trying to launch this invasion. So those command and control functions, the air defences, were the targets in the first instance. And from what we understand, it has been significantly degraded, but not completely decapitated. There is still an ability by the Ukrainian government and military, we understand, to launch attacks, particularly on the Russian military coming in from the air and the sea. But a lot of confused reports. But we know that there are fighting that this is taking place in multiple locations across Ukraine this morning.
I mean, we can see them surrounding cities and obviously at the moment trying to get into Kiev. What about communications centres? I mean, we've already seen with that message from President Zelenskyy that he's having to fight against disinformation. Will they be going for television stations and communications areas?
Yes, indeed. And what the Russian military actually said in terms of putting out information on what they are aiming for, they are quite open that they are not just going, of course, for military targets, but they are going for critical national infrastructure across Ukraine. And that will include, as you said there, the television stations, the ability of the Ukrainian government to get the message out, perhaps, which is why you're seeing President Zelenskyy there on a mobile phone trying to get onto social media to inform people. So, as I say, there is an information war that is being waged as well. There are also attacks on other elements of the critical national infrastructure, like power stations. There have been mixed reports as to whether a key power station near the capital, Kiev, is under Russian or Ukrainian military control at this point. Not confirmed either way, but it has been the scene of significant fighting around that area.
OK, look, Mark, for now, thank you. We'll get an update from Mark a little bit later on.
And of course, the human tragedy is for anyone left there, how they're coping, but for so many fleeing. And according to the United Nations Refugee Agency, more than 50,000 Ukrainians have crossed into neighbouring European countries.
Yeah, the UNHCR went on to warn that the situation will get worse if hostilities continue, with people becoming even more desperate to flee to try and get away from Russian airstrikes and shelling.
We're joined now by Christine Pirovalakis, I think I've said that right, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and spokesperson for the UK Country Office. Hello there. Thank you for joining us this morning. The situation with refugees is already a staggering amount of people, and we're only a few days into ultimate conflict, aren't we?
Yes, the situation is changing by the hour, and what we know right now is that there's been a massive displacement of more than 100,000 people inside Ukraine. People have been forced to flee Kiev and other parts of the country. The number that you mentioned earlier is actually higher. In the past 2 days, over 60,000 people have crossed the borders. The majority into Poland. We're seeing 30,000 people crossing into Poland, another 20,000 people into Moldova, and a smaller number in other border countries. Romania has seen 11,000 people. Russia, from the Donbass region, 7,000 people have crossed into Russia. Another 5,000 people have crossed into Slovakia. The numbers are going to set to rise as many more people are moving towards the border. We're seeing car queues that are as long as 20 kilometers at the Odessa road at the border with Moldova. Many more queues of people trying to flee into Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, as the numbers are quickly moving towards those areas. According to our estimates, we could see up to 4 million people fleeing Ukraine to other countries in the region if the situation escalates further. So right now, UNHCR is ready. We have stockpiles of aid pre-positioned in various locations in the region, and we're getting ready to deliver that aid and even more aid in terms of, blankets, sleeping mats, family tents, winter kits, sleeping bags, water cans, solar lamps to thousands of people in the region. And aside from that, right now, the biggest challenge is the humanitarian crisis within Ukraine. Right now, it's because of the military offensive that's taking place, we're waiting until the security situation eases to be able to deliver vital aid within Ukraine. Again, we have aid that's been...
Forgive me for jumping in, but there looks like at the moment, with things being so intense, and it's very hard to imagine Putin allowing the refugee agencies to get involved at this stage. Just how do you even begin to get a plan together to get into Ukraine and to get to those worst affected areas?
We have aid pre-positioned in various locations. We have that ready. We're just waiting for the security situation to allow us to be able to deliver it. That is going to be the biggest challenge right now, security and access. But the aid is there, and we're waiting. And actually, we are going to be working with all sides to make sure that people that are the most affected, the internally displaced people within Ukraine, that will be able to get that aid.
How are the countries all along the border you've just described, how are they going to cope with such huge numbers?
Again, we're working with the governments. We are in position right now. The most, we are ready to stay and to deliver. Right now, the most needs will be shelter, food, and medicine. And, the national governments in the region are responsible for registering and accommodating the arrivals. But we're going to be on the ground helping them, helping all the national governments with more funding, with getting the aid that's necessary to the refugees that are fleeing the conflict. So we're working with all the national governments to be able to do this.
It's a huge task ahead. Christine Pyrovalakis from the UNHCR, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Lots of people getting in touch on this. It includes Simon. I read this out before, Simon, but it's worth reiterating. We have a moral and humanitarian duty to take Ukrainian refugees, says Simon. And there is that point where countries like Poland, 30,000 so far, many more to come, well, they can set up staging areas, but they can't accommodate them all long term. So we are going to have to step up to the plate at some point.
And Christine was saying, those 20-kilometre-mile long queues of cars trying to get out. How do you reach those people? She was saying there you have to wait until they have been given the OK by security services. But they'll need help. I presume at some point you run out of petrol. If you're in a car, in the cold, you've got children in the back and old people maybe, you're going to keep the engine running for as long as you can to keep everybody warm. At some point in a 20-kilometre queue, you're going to run out of petrol as well as food and all the rest of it. Yeah. It's hideous. Jenny says, whatever the rules of NATO, we should all be helping Ukraine. If Putin gets away with this, the West will definitely be in a war. NATO countries will be next. He's pushing us to see how we respond. If we're afraid to face off now, afraid to risk war, we'll not do it for the smaller eastern NATO countries, and he will roll across Europe until we do.
Well, possibly a fair point there, Jenny. Graham has been in touch and says, I'm saddened and disappointed by the reaction of some UK viewers to the economic impact on us because of Russian sanctions. Any hardship we might endure is nothing compared to what the Ukrainian people are going through. I'm embarrassed by some of the reactions. And I mean, you're quite right, Graham, that, whatever we face is nothing compared to being in a conflict zone. I guess some of those people getting in touch, though, are people who are already scrabbling for
feeling
the pennies.
The pinch. But just imagine how it is in Ukraine, I suppose. Correct. Jackie says, I believe in people power. The world has got to come together and stop buying, for instance, any luxury goods that refuse to sanction Russia. Hit them where it hurts in their bank accounts. Yeah. Well, there's all the talk about SWIFT as well, which is the sort of banking system. And if we pulled Russia out of SWIFT, that would have a devastating impact on their economy. Well, one expert said it would send them back to the Dark Ages. But then other experts say differently. And it also looks as though there are some EU countries that will vote against that. They don't want that because they know it'll cripple their own economy.
Well, it will. It will. But, it looks like certainly the Prime Minister and President Biden are really pushing towards that. France, who we thought was a bit sceptical, has said, no, they're not prepared to take it off the table
Italy's
at this stage. So we'll have to see. It may be a necessary action. What you also have to look at, though, what the impact is going to be on the Russian people by doing that. And, of course, it's not their fault, is it? This isn't their fault.
You've got to exert power in some way, though, against Putin, haven't you?
Yeah.
We've got to... we'll be later on talking about the sporting fixtures that are being changed. And a lot of people are saying that's really going to hit Russia where it hurts because they really do like their sporting prowess and their big events. And we're going to be discussing a bit later on with Aidan about all of the different... including even the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes.
Which is banning Russia this year. So there you go.
Does it make a difference? What do you think? GBviews at gbnews.uk. Let's have a look at the other headlines for you. And Facebook is banning Russian state media from advertising or monetising on its platform anywhere around the world amid the invasion of Ukraine. Nick Clegg, remember him, who's the Vice President of Global Affairs at Facebook's parent company Meta, says Russian citizens are using the company's apps to express themselves and organise for action. And Facebook encourages them to continue to make their voices heard.
Nick Clegg said that. British Airways experienced a major outage, causing several flights to be delayed or cancelled and a number of passengers stuck on planes after landing at Heathrow. The airline's website and app were down for hours yesterday evening, so passengers were unable to check in or book new flights. And it's BA's second outage in 10 days.
They have said it's nothing to do with hacking.
Have they?
So if you're thinking along those lines.
Well, I am.
People eligible for a £150 energy rebate payment to help with rising living costs in England are being told they can get it quicker if they set up a direct debit to pay their council tax. The local government association says otherwise it could take longer because checks need to be carried out on each and every household.
I wonder what you think of that. NHS staff, union activists and campaigners are due to protest today to demand an injection of billions of pounds into the health service. The Alliance will demonstrate in England and Scotland to oppose further privatisation of the NHS and call for fair pay.
Plenty more still to come this morning. I'm going to be chatting to Aidan because he's got the sports headlines and looking at the impact on sport of what is going on, including calls for the Russian Grand Prix to be cancelled.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
$7:23. Sorry, Anne. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was waiting for you and you were waiting for me. But do welcome back anyway. It is 7:23, in fact. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Of course, we're live across the UK on both your TV and your radio. And if you're watching elsewhere in the world, you can catch us on YouTube as well. Don't forget to like us and subscribe, please.
Yes. Now, Boris Johnson has told the Russian people, I do not believe this war is in your name. It comes as Russia vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling on Moscow to halt its attacks and withdraw from Ukraine.
The Prime Minister says it's been a generation or more since we witnessed such bloodshed in Europe.
We hoped we would never have to see such sights again. The people of the United Kingdom stand with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters in the face of this unjustifiable assault on your homeland. We salute the fierce bravery and patriotism of your government, your military and your people.
Oh, there he was, speaking English. I thought we were going to play a clip of him speaking
version.
Russian. Yeah, because he did so. And at least one other language as well, and he appeared to just sort of know how to speak the language.
He's quite good with his languages,
He is,
the Prime
yeah,
Minister.
yeah. It was very impressive.
It's a real skill, and let's hope that message gets through. I mean, it's going to have to... It's difficult to know if it filters through to the Russian people and indeed the Ukrainian people, but perhaps it will. We shall see. Meanwhile, this is all having an impact on the world of sport as well. Aidan McGee is here. Let's talk Champions League. We've been talking about the Champions League final for a few days now, but that's all off, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, credit to UEFA, really. I mean, this wasn't their fault. You know, there's loads of things you could blame them for in the last 20 years, alongside many other governing bodies within sport, but this was entirely not of their making. They were suddenly engulfed by this geopolitical storm. They had to act very, very quickly. They moved the Champions League final from St. Petersburg to Paris. Now, that is a low-risk option for them. It's an experienced, seasoned sporting venue. They had the World Cup final there in 1998 when France beat Brazil 3-0. That was a year after it broke ground and then subsequently opened. You had the Euro 2016 final there when Portugal beat France 1-0. But it hasn't held a Champions League final since way back in 2006 when Arsenal went over there and surrendered a one-goal lead.
We thought it might be at Wembley yesterday when we were talking.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, Wembley is such an attractive option financially. When they went there in 2011, excuse me, they made so much money, Anne. I mean, I walked down Wembley Way. I covered the game for the News of the World. And it was £30 for a programme. For those who don't know what a programme is.
Programme?
Yeah, and that's a magazine.
Yeah.
I used to get annoyed when I used to pay 50p for Shoot, so back in the late 80s. But that's the level of commercialism that was on show there. 2 years later, they found an excuse to go back to Wembley. They said, "Oh, it's the FA's 100th anniversary or something like that." I mean, it was nonsense. They don't even like the FA most of the time, but they would need to go back there because they made so much money. So they can't go back there that quickly. Also, it's due to be there in 2 years' time. So, and also, there's a lot. The Football League playoffs are such lucrative matches now for Wembley that the Wembley aren't going to just suddenly shift them out of the way to accommodate the Champions League final. So this was a really good short notice option. It's easy to get to. Tickets haven't been sold yet because we don't know who's going to be in the final. We thought they might wait until the semi-final teams are identified, because if you do conceivably get the option where, or get the situation where 4 English clubs are in the semi-final, then, and it could happen, then you surely have to bring it to London. But even if it's in Paris, well, it's not the end of the world. It's a good solution. Praise to UEFA for acting quickly. The other thing is that they're up to their neck in Russian money, sport in general, and football. So they could, Manchester United have their tie-up with Aeroflot, which has now gone. Gazprom were sponsoring the actual final venue in St. Petersburg. They also pour about £40 million a year into UEFA's coffers. So, and to be fair, these deals are signed with the companies, not with the state. Now,
but this is where sanctions, we were talking about sanctions so much, this is where sanctions will hurt us at home and other countries.
They will, and it will also teach, and possibly UEFA and a lot of our football clubs, let's find out where this money is coming from. If you look into companies like Sibneft, who Abramovich was involved with, 20-odd years ago, you look at Gazprom Neft, where just over 50% of it is owned by the Russian state. Putin has his paws all over that company. Russia hasn't really achieved much in the sporting sphere in the last 20-odd years. I can think of Daniel Medvedev winning the US Open tennis last year. I can think of Zenit St. Petersburg winning the UEFA Cup in 2008. Apart from that, not very much. But if you look at it from a financial perspective, they have their tentacles rooted in sport.
But also they are very proud, and Putin particularly personally, very proud of hosting big sporting events.
Well, it's really crystallised in this instance with the Champions League final. He actually built that stadium, not personally obviously, but he financed that stadium to attract competitions like this. To be fair, they're massively seasoned operators in terms of hosting events. They held the World Cup in 2018. How on earth they got the Sochi Winter Olympics in 2014 is a mystery unknown to a lot of other people. They've held Champions League finals in 2008. It was meant to be there last year, but it had to move because of COVID. They missed their chance this year. I wouldn't rule it out going back there in a few years' time. They've got obviously the F1 as well in Sochi, which has now been cancelled, which we touched on. I mean,
That's in September.
Yeah, I thought they would maybe take a little bit more time, but I think, Anne, the situation is, could you honestly see this lasting? Who knows if it's going to be a short-term war, if it's going to be the medium term? Just take it out.
If the war is short,
it's already unforgivable.
Oh, without doubt. And
it's got to be long-term.
Yes, and the racers have said that they don't want to be there anyway. Sebastian Vettel, full-time F1 champion, said even if it's there, I'm not going. So when you do that, when your stars start pulling out, you haven't really got an event.
And also, don't you find that it will reach the people? Whatever Putin is telling his own people,
yes.
The fact that we are now withdrawing, that the rest of the world is withdrawing from Russia for big sporting events, that reaches the people. They're going to ask why, and they're going to demand why.
But do they? Well, it's not that they don't care. Does Putin care? I mean,
I think he does.
It's hardly a democracy, is it?
No,
but does Putin care about the people?
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Not being happy.
Yeah.
Because what's he doing? I mean, they have their elections. They're hardly free and
there's
fair.
only usually one candidate.
Well, there are other candidates, but they get imprisoned,
Yeah.
don't they? I mean, so does he care what the people think?
He cares about these sporting events, though, doesn't he? He always likes to go to them and lord around, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he was very keen on the F1 being there. It's crucial for any leader, any leader of any country. Boris Johnson is exactly the same. He loves the sport being here.
But he's losing. He's lost these.
And Macron was very, very involved yesterday in getting the Champions League final to
Paris. I bet he was.
Yeah,
he's got some face to save, I think.
He has, actually, yes.
OK, Aidan, thank you. We'll catch up with you later. Stay with us, though. We're going to take you through the papers in just a couple of minutes.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.32. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne across the UK on your TV and on your radio and across the world online.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. We've been told to ask you that. Apparently it's important. Anyway, we're going to go through the papers now with Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Nice to have you back. What are we starting with?
Starting with the Telegraph, Claire.
Yeah, massive visual, of course. There'd be no surprise to any of our viewers that every single paper is stuffed full of Ukraine and Russia and indeed what's happening over there. We spent the entire paper review earlier discussing what's going on there. Tragic. Everybody has a view on it. Everybody seems to be an expert now on geopolitics, on Russia and Ukraine. But it's the visuals for us. It's the humanitarian aspect of it. It's the children clutching their mobile phones. It's the military on the ground. It's the tanks. It's everything that's going on that, you know, renders everything hopeless in most cases, helpless in others, and just downright evil, of course.
Yeah, interesting, Petra, you've picked the Mirror looking at the refugee crisis. We were talking to the UNHCR earlier on, they're saying that their big concern is displaced people within Ukraine.
Within Ukraine. And that is going to be massive, because we've seen displaced people that can leave Ukraine at this stage able to do so. They've been getting in cars and trains, any way that they can to get across the border. And a massive thank you, really, to Poland, who is welcoming these people. We're going to see millions more wanting to or having to leave Ukraine, and the rest of the world has got to support Poland and take some of these people in as well, I'd like to say.
Can I just stop there, actually, because I think we've got some breaking news from Ukraine at the moment. I think Mark is there, our expert reporter on this subject. Mark. Hello there, Mark. Hi, what have you got to tell us?
Yes, Anne, we've just been hearing actually from the UK Armed Forces Minister, James Heappey, who has been outlining the situation as the British government sees it. This is intelligence sources, obviously, on the ground, reporting back to the Ministry of Defence here in the UK, and also reports that they're getting from their counterparts in the Ukrainian military. Now, some significant lines. They're talking about the day one objectives that Vladimir Putin's military forces have been trying to achieve, for the most part, have not been achieved, that there is fierce resistance throughout Ukraine, and they are pushing Russian forces back and significantly hampering their process. Now, in particular, just a little earlier this hour, Stephen was mentioning the town of Melitopol, which is in southeastern Ukraine, reports that had fallen to the Russian military. Well, James Heappey has said that the British Ministry of Defence doesn't recognise those reports that are coming out claimed by the Russians, that they believe that Melitopol is still in Ukrainian hands. And interestingly, he came up with a list of other towns where we were getting information that perhaps they'd fallen to Russia: Kharkiv, Kherson, Chernihiv, Mariupol and Sumy, all areas that are apparently still in Ukrainian control. Now, what James Heappey was saying is that the Ukrainians are putting up a very stiff fight, but they desperately need weapons. And in a very significant announcement, he said that 28 donor countries, members of NATO, are going to be providing arms to the Ukrainians. Now, quite how they get those weapon systems into the country, he wouldn't go into, but he said he was very confident that the UK and others, 28 nations, would be able to get these arms supplies into Ukraine. There was already evidence, he said, that anti-tank weapons, missile systems supplied by the UK to Ukraine in recent weeks were being used very effectively on the battlefield. And that appears, according, again, to the UK Armed Forces Minister, to be hampering very significantly the progress of Vladimir Putin's forces. So, as I say, some very significant lines that are coming out. He said, James Heappey, it's testament to the incredible resistance of the Ukrainian armed forces. There's been an awful lot of sort of disinformation in this information war that has been coming out of that region as well. So I think it's important when we get confirmed sources like the British Ministry of Defence and our Armed Forces Minister coming away with their assessments of what they are seeing on the ground, to impart that to our viewers and listeners as well, Anne.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a difficult situation, though, Mark, isn't it, in terms of sort of resupplying. We supplied a lot of weapons, as you said, before this conflict began, but supplying during the conflict, is that Is that difficult in terms of not just the logistics, but in terms of sort of NATO getting involved in the conflict, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely difficult. As I say, they wouldn't go into quite how they will do this, but you would imagine that it's going to have to be some of the border areas of NATO allies where there is not yet Russian control and ability to then get across the border those weapon systems. Maybe going in by air is probably too dangerous at this stage. So you would imagine that it would have to be some kind of a land crossing. That, as I say, the details of that they're not willing to go into. But in terms of resupply, James Heapy made a very I think, valid point about the way in which the Russian advance has been hampered. So resupply is going to be a big issue, not just for trying to get these weapons to the Ukrainian military, but for Vladimir Putin's forces as well. He is going to be facing a real headache in terms of trying to resupply those troops and equipment that they were hoping to push in and take over and surround a lot of Ukrainian towns. They're not making, according to the British Ministry of Defence, quite the progress that they wanted to be making in their day one objectives. And on another, significant point regarding the Ukrainian capital, which of course is just strategically very important. He said that the information that the British Ministry of Defence had about the fighting in Kiev is that it is limited to some Russian paratroopers and special forces in isolated pockets in areas of the Ukrainian capital. But very significantly, according to James Heapy, those main armoured convoys, Russian armoured convoys, are still some way off from the Ukrainian capital. So some breaking news from James Heapy, significant. We just wanted to bring that to you because there is a lot of disinformation out there, and it's good at least to try to get some hopefully verifiable information out from the official sources like the British Ministry of Defence.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. For now, thank you.
Yeah, so I interrupted you, Petri. I'm sorry, we've still got Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon with us, looking through the papers. But isn't it interesting that we are being told that, and we are being told by a government minister that British-supplied weapons were used in that last...
Yeah, well, they've been, as we know, that there's been confrontation for 8 years in the northern part of Ukraine. So we've had British troops in there training Ukrainian soldiers for a long time, and we've and things like the Tomahawk and missiles and shoulder launching missiles, the Javelin, sorry, so it's not unusual for British weaponry to be there, but more. Yes, yeah, absolutely. My fear with that news is that Vladimir Putin, it would appear, doesn't appear to be a man to like being beaten, and he's got bigger and uglier weapons that he will deploy, I fear. And these are indiscriminate weapons. These are weapons, thermobaric ones. They are absolutely indiscriminate. I mean, they explode, they burn at a temperature that will take down a building. I mean, these they will just wipe out entire areas. And that's the worry, is if he escalates now to start using different types of weapons. At the moment, we're seeing a traditional land war, right? But if anything were to change with Putin, if we gloat too much, if there's too much of, well, Ukraine are winning, and I'm so glad the Ukrainians were going to put up a fight, but the worry is that if he now ratchets it up to be different from a traditional land war into something different.
And have we gloated just in that announcement that it's a UK weapon that was used?
I don't think that's gloating.
Have we gloated
I think that's just
to the point that Putin will see that as, NATO getting involved?
No, I don't think he'll take that as that, to be honest with you, because the UK is it was 1949, the UK and the US empirically gave birth basically to NATO and the 28 other countries that came there. This is important information. I think it's important information for the rest of Europe as well as the West to see that the UK are forerunners of getting this in. If we can get them in, Russia can get them in anyone can get the weapons in. That's it. But isn't it a testament to bravery and to pride of their country that the Ukrainians are actually standing up? They're not fleeing.
They are tiny. Their armed forces are... They're bigger than a lot of European countries, countries in that area, but they are minuscule in comparison to the Russian might.
They are not letting this bully. They're not taking this lying down. And I think that we should all be behind that bravery, if nothing else. It is extraordinary.
I agree.
OK, let's change topic slightly, should we? Because there is other stuff going on. And in The Sun, looking at a potential new online tax.
Yeah, well, everyone has had, I think, their full of shopping on Amazon and hearing that Amazon do not pay taxes in the UK.
Have they?
I think they have.
Yeah, rubbish.
No?
No, nonsense.
You don't agree with Amazon having to pay UK tax?
I think Amazon should have to pay whatever tax they're legally obliged to pay.
Well, yes.
But I think the bottom line is, whether we disagree with it or not, when you need something, you get on Amazon.
Oh, my goodness.
Stephen, I don't think there's anyone sitting at home munching on their breakfast, having a croissant that would not disagree with you. I do not disagree with you, ladies.
No, I'd go Amazon. But if there were an alternative company that did pay their taxes,
well,
I
but
might
there's
be
not,
motivated.
actually. So what's going to happen? Because we've all seen the decline on high streets, the rising rents, no shops opening now. I know in my high road, if there's another coffee shop, estate agent or tanning shop that's going to open, or a charity shop, that's it.
It's the same all over.
Anyway, what's happening is they are eBay, Amazon and everything. We're going to try and introduce a tax.
About 2%,
1% or 2% or something like that on purchases.
So we end up paying more?
No, not necessarily, because the money saved will actually go to help the high street pay the rent.
I'm sorry, this is always a question for me. Do we need to save the high street?
No.
I'm sorry, if it's dying because the world has moved on, horse and cart died because the combustion engine came in. Maybe it's just not the street.
I'm totally with you on that.
No, it's communities. It's people getting together.
Shops. I'll go to coffee shops, but I don't go shopping on the high street.
No, sorry. I hate shopping.
But you hate shopping, so you wouldn't. But there's loads of people who cannot access the internet, perhaps, if you're slightly older.
But the point is, well, I think it is that it's a slightly older generation. If you're watching and you love the high street, I would love to hear from you. But the point is, things evolve and change. And
yes, I get that.
The younger generation,
they're never going to shop the way we used to.
In the high street, and they're never going to. Why would they?
Well, no, they are. They're starting to now, because more young people now are going into charity shops because it's greener, it's more carbon friendly, and it's more reusable.
But there's always charity shops. I mean, even in high streets, when I first moved into Chiswick, 100 years ago, all there were on the high street was charity shops. I mean, that was
nice ones too.
And the nice ones too.
And Woolworths.
And Woolworths, which was great for the last-minute birthday present for a child.
I mean, I just worry that throwing more money at trying to save something which is dying.
But just change it.
But what are you going to do with the streets? What are you going to do with the high streets?
Hub.
Mostly a pedestrian now.
The way to bring people back into the high street is to make parking free and sensible.
And remove cycle lanes, can we say that?
Yes, we can.
Can you say that?
Yes. No. And also, just make them something different, evolve them, let them evolve to become, like a big old supermarket could be a community hub where there's, extra computers for kids to go and do their homework.
That's what I've just said. The high streets are for the community. They're there for the community.
But they're not for shopping.
And I can't... Do you know what else I can't stand? The fact there's betting shops in areas of such high deprivation. And it's all... they are not losing money.
It's the first sign of a deprived area, actually, is a number of betting shops. But yeah, look...
We need to lift spirit. We need to lift communities. We need to lift society.
We're not going to be the people... I mean, I used to, as a teenager, go to the shops and have a look around all the shops, and it was very exciting. And now my niece, who's 12, 13... She's online, she doesn't go shopping. It's a different way. So we've got to evolve the high street to become something different. And if they were community hubs and coffee shops and advice centres and things like that, you'd probably get more community there as a hub. As pubs are closing down, people don't have that anymore.
Yeah, but local councils have got to understand that people drive cars and they love their cars. So make it car friendly instead of always looking upon the car driver as a means to...
Have you had a chat with Sadiq Khan about that?
Well, that's London for you. But I've lived in places where the high streets have been thriving with all sorts of things, everything from coffee.
And then they bring in the
and it's because they have had 30-minute parking bays where you can nip in, nip to the shop and nip out again, and somebody else goes in after you. So there's a constant turnover of people wanting to be there. It's the attitude of councils that
just money grabbing, isn't it?
Yeah, they look upon the motorist as a cash cow.
I just think with this though, we're doing our job. We're already feeling the pinch, and they want to tax us. They want to tax more on what we buy online.
Yes, but it's to save society. It's to save the high street, whether or not
it's
the
still
shops.
money out of our pocket, isn't it?
Well, there's going to be.
And
whatever.
those people who are shopping online because it is often considerably cheaper,
quicker,
are gonna they can't afford the petrol or the bus fare to go into town.
Can't be bothered.
They're now going to end up paying more. And they're not going to see the benefits in that.
We've got one more minute to talk about something nice and light and fluffy and happy.
Peaky Blinder.
Oh, go on.
Is a thug swan. This is a thug swan. A mum of two has gone viral after being held hostage by a swan that barricaded her doorstep, wouldn't let her out. We're just literally just standing there on the doorstep going,
where was this?
And swans are nasty.
They can,
they can be really, really nasty.
Oh, don't say nasty.
This was in Glasgow. Can be heard asking the bird.
Swan in Glasgow.
What's your problem, man? Big man. What's your problem? You can do the accent. What's your problem, big man? Do the Glaswegian accent. Come on.
What's your problem, big man?
There you go. Absolutely brilliant. And that's what she was saying. Are you going to just stand at the door as if that's normal? The swan then blocked her car on the road. And Siobhan was heard saying, "Excuse me, pal. This is a joke. I'm literally being held hostage by a swan."
Love it.
Brilliant.
Love it. All power to the swans.
The swan was called Nicola Sturgeon, they forgot to say.
Name that swan.
Oh, controversial. Petri, thank you both very much.
You're very welcome.
See you a little bit later on.
Thank you. Now, today's a big day, is it not?
It is.
I thought you were going to tell us. I'll tell you. Marks the start of the first weekend in England without COVID restrictions since the beginning of the pandemic. But is the pandemic truly over? Well, joining us now is Azim Majid, who's Professor and Head of Department of Primary Care and Public Health at Imperial College London. A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Anne.
So is it safe to consider that COVID is over?
It's not over, but it's now more manageable thanks to vaccines and antiviral drugs. We've reduced serious cases, we've reduced deaths, reduced NHS pressures to the point where we can now relax restrictions. But it's not over yet. We need people to come forward with vaccinations, including first, second and third doses, and a fourth dose, which will start very soon for some people in the next month or so. So it's manageable, under control, but it's not past us yet, unfortunately.
Is it still a pandemic then, or is it an epidemic, or how would you describe it?
We're still in a global pandemic, so countries in the world are facing very high rates of COVID. So we're not through the pandemic, but countries like the UK, which have done well in vaccination, have suppressed the disease to the extent where we can actually now relax our measures and move forwards to a more normal life during the spring and this summer. But it's not over yet by a long way, but it is now more manageable than it was a few months ago.
More manageable. We had sort of Freedom Day this week, and this will be the first weekend where people might feel that they can go out again and almost back to normal, as it were. Do you think that's safe? Are people going out to nightclubs, people going into the hospitality sector, like restaurants and whatever, without masks, without social distancing? There are going to be a lot of people doing that. Do you feel that they're as safe as they should be?
I think for young people who are vaccinated, the risks are quite low from COVID, and it's quite fine for them to go out and mix. I think older people who are medically vulnerable, they need to think more carefully, perhaps carry on wearing face masks and think about where they go in terms of social activities. But I think by and large, for younger people, it is relatively safe now compared to a few months ago, because the rates of COVID have dropped a lot over the last 6 weeks to a much lower level than we saw around the start of January.
Is it inevitable that we will... we're not necessarily going to see a spike in numbers because the tests are going to disappear fairly soon, but are we going to see a spike in infections? And does that matter, considering that the number of infections and the number of hospitalisations, that link is certainly weaker than it was?
I think we'll see a high level of cases throughout the spring and summer. But I think, as you mentioned, the vaccines are keeping down the serious cases and deaths. And I think there's enough immunity in the population from vaccination and past infection to maintain that protection for probably 6 months or so. But I think at some point it's very likely we'll need another booster dose for most people, perhaps towards the end of the year, around September. We may get another booster for people over 50 and those who work in healthcare, for example. But for now, I think there's enough protection from immunity to serious cases down to a level where we can enjoy the spring and summer, to a reasonable extent.
I imagine there still will be a degree of reticence. I know some people, certainly in my age group, who's saying, I'm still going to wear my mask when I go out to the supermarket or whatever. Do you think they will find trouble, though? I mean, what worries me is that people who want to be careful and safe now will actually be being seen as silly. They'll be called silly.
Well, I still wear a mask when I go to shops and I'm on public transport. I hope people are respectful of people who made that kind of choice. I think it's now a personal choice. It's no longer mandated legally, so I think people, should respect those who are older or vulnerable clinically and allow them to make their own choices about their personal safety. I think everyone has to make their own choices, and we should respect what other people do and not denigrate people for making those choices going forwards.
Yeah, OK. Azim Majid, good to get your professional thoughts on that. Thank you very much indeed. And you raised, Anne, a really interesting point, because I went to the supermarket the other day and I didn't have a mask on. And I was outnumbered, and I felt a bit uncomfortable because I thought people were looking at me saying, why has he not got a mask on?
I did that too. I had a roll neck jumper on and I just pulled it up over that because I thought I ought to be wearing one, really. But I told you I was berated outside a shop the other day that somebody had a real go at me because I was wearing a mask. He was saying, you're silly, don't you? You're stupid. You're just buying into this myth, and that the mask you're wearing doesn't do anything anyway. And I just said, look, leave me alone.
My dad
Personal
had
choice.
that, someone having a go at the type of mask
The type
he had
of mask, yeah. So you can come across prejudices on all sides, can't you?
You can.
And why can't we just live and let live on this one, please?
I think you can't really criticise people for not wearing a mask, seeing as it is now not a requirement to wear a mask. But if people want to, then they should be allowed to. It's all about freedom, isn't it? I think a lot of people who are complaining about masks say they want freedom, but you've got to allow people to have the freedom
to wear one if they want to. Actually, Paula has emailed in. Hi, Paula. She says, Boris promised Freedom Day, but the NHS is refusing to adapt, keeping the old restrictions in place in opposition to the private sector. It's about time NHS England allowed NHS staff to work in line with government COVID requirements.
I don't know, that's a particularly high-risk area.
Aren't they? People go to hospital usually because they're ill.
You've got to be extra careful.
I would have thought so too. Again, live and let live. No?
Keeps your thoughts coming through, though. GB Views at gbnews.uk, and we'll bring you all the very latest headlines in just a couple of minutes.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A battle is underway for control of Kiev as Russian troops close in.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, February the 26th. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Coming up for you this morning. Sirens echo through Kiev as Ukraine enters the third day of an escalating Russian invasion, as the Armed Forces Minister James Heapy says Ukrainian forces have been putting up incredible resistance. We'll bring you the latest.
Meanwhile, Putin sanctioned the US, EU, UK and Canada target Russia's President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov by freezing their assets. Will this be enough, though, to deter them?
Well, the world stands with Ukraine. Famous attractions around the globe light up in Ukraine's national colours to express solidarity with the embattled country.
And you can join in any of our discussions this morning by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
Well, let's bring you up to date with the very latest on the situation in Ukraine. And the Armed Forces Minister James Heapy says Ukrainian forces defending Kiev have been putting up incredible resistance.
And this comes as Russian troops are closing in. Mr. Heapy says the situation is very grave, but that the fighting in the capital was so far confined to very isolated pockets of Russian special forces and paratroopers.
Let's talk to our Home and Security editor, Mark White, who's here. So what are we to make of Mr. Heapy's comments, Mark?
Well, they are significant in the sense that they're coming from clearly an official source, a government minister here, and the Ministry of Defence. The intelligence analysis has been ongoing since, of course, Vladimir Putin ordered those troops in 2 days ago. They have been gathering intelligence on the ground, satellite imagery, of course, as well, and speaking directly to the Ukrainian military about what they are facing on the ground. Now, in terms of the Ukrainian capital, there are images coming out, and I'll describe this for our listeners on GB News Radio. This is an apartment block that has a big chunk taken out of it. It's about 20 stories tall and about just over halfway up. There's a big chunk of that apartment building that has been taken out by a missile attack overnight. Now, according to the Ukrainian military, a number of missiles have come in from Russia to the Ukrainian capital in recent hours. We can only hope that those in that apartment block have left of the good sense to go to air raid shelters or to get out of the city altogether. We have to say many have. We've seen in the last couple of days those images of thousands of cars fleeing the Ukrainian capital. Now, in addition to the missile strikes on the capital, the fighting has been underway in pockets, as you mentioned, just at the top of the programme there. James Heapy again saying that they were isolated pockets, paratroopers, Russian paratroopers and special forces that had made their way into the Ukrainian capital, but were being resisted quite successfully, according to James Heapy, by the Ukrainian military. And significantly, he says, according to the Ministry of Defence in the UK, their own analysis shows that that main armoured convoy that has been pushing down towards Kiev is still some way off reaching Kiev. So not going Vladimir Putin's way. Of course it's not, according to the Ministry of Defence. He gave us some details as well about cities that we'd heard may have fallen under Russian control, where the Ministry of Defence in the UK believe that that's actually not the case, that the Ukrainians are still in control, and they are Melitopol, which is in southeastern Ukraine, other Kharkiv, Kherson, Chernihiv, Mariupol and Sumy, to name just a few of the ones that we had heard perhaps may have fallen to Russian forces, but according to James Heapy, the British Armed Forces Minister, are still, as far as he believes, under Ukrainian control.
Isn't it interesting, Mark, that a government minister is keeping us up to date, even with the sort of very latest information he's getting from the intelligence services?
Yes, I mean, I think the British government see it as an important function to try to get out what they would see as verifiable information to the British public and then, of course, to the world at a time where there are all these claims and counterclaims coming out of that area. So they are doing their own intelligence analysis on the ground from the air and satellite imagery and speaking to other NATO allies and to the Ukrainian military. And that's why I think they want to get that information out as hopefully being a bit more credible and countering some of the narrative that's coming out there. He's talking about these day one objectives that Vladimir Putin had set his military forces that don't appear in large part to have been met. Now, that doesn't mean that the Russian military have not been making very significant gains and advances across Ukraine. They have. There have been very significant casualties in terms of the Ukrainian military and the civilian populations. But on the other hand, the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian military, claim that they've inflicted significant casualties on the Russian military as well, with reports and claims by the Ukrainian military that some 3,500 Russian troops have been killed. As I say, we have not independently verified that. And I should also say that the British Ministry of Defence hasn't come out with that figure other than to counter the narrative and the claims about certain cities and locations that have fallen. I should add as well some very significant information that was announced by James Heapy, the Armed Forces Minister, about weapon systems that the UK is going to continue, he says, supplying to the Ukrainian armed forces. Quite how they will get them into the country, we don't know, and he doesn't want to go into. But not just the UK, some 28 NATO allies will be providing weapon systems, but also medical aid, badly needed medical aid for the Ukrainians as well at this time of very intense fighting across that country.
OK, Mark, thank you. We'll get an update from Mark a little bit later on. But of course, the impact of all of this means an impending refugee crisis and tensions rising each day from the Russian military invasion. So that humanitarian disaster is sadly only just beginning to unfold.
Yeah, to get a sense of this, we're now joined by conflict journalist Oz Katerj. I'm not sure if I've said that right. He joins us from Kiev.
Strategy.
Oh, thank you so much. It's not at all what how I pronounced it.
No.
But it's very good to see you, and thank you very much for joining us. I mean, from your perspective, as a journalist, as a filmmaker, looking out at this conflict that's happening around you, what would you want to tell us first? How are things for you?
Well, I haven't had the chance to leave my apartment yet today, but last night the bombing was the worst it's been. I'm in the middle of central Kiev. I obviously don't want to give away my precise location, but yeah, the bombing started late in the evening. I mean, quite early in the evening that the rumblings started, but it started getting closer and closer and closer to us, and we started hearing small arms fire in audible distance. Yeah, it was a difficult night. I understand a civilian apartment block has been hit by a cruise missile. I'm hopefully going to go out and check out the scene there and report from the ground there. But it looks like there are civilian casualties reported there, as far as I understand it right now. Situation's understandably tense. I understand that the people of Kiev have been putting up a fierce resistance, and that the Russian army haven't managed to make significant gains throughout the evening. But, you know, we are just sat here waiting for whatever is to come. There's very little choice many of the people have here. Many of them are staying in underground stations, using them as bomb shelters. And understandably, a lot of people here are very scared.
Well, absolutely. But it raises this huge question, Oz, doesn't it, about those displaced within their own country. And this could very rapidly turn into a humanitarian crisis, couldn't it?
I mean, it is a humanitarian crisis already. It might take a few days before that finally filters through to the rest of Europe. But the humanitarian crisis has begun. So I want people to be under no mistake here. We are looking at a mass displacement of people from many parts of Ukraine who will now be seeking shelter, most likely outside of the country, if the Russian invasion continues pushing in westwards.
I mean, we showed some pictures just a bit earlier, some moving footage of somebody who'd filmed from their balcony or their window in an ordinary apartment block. And there was a tank coming along an ordinary street, an ordinary residential street. And that is chilling for us to watch. And as you said, unfortunately, it is now happening all around you. Is your internet good? Are you able to get telephone messages? Is communications good enough for you at the moment to do your job as a journalist and know how to filter the news?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of fake videos flying around, a lot of old videos that people are sharing, thinking they're new videos. And that happens with every modern conflict now. I mean, I shared one earlier that I deleted immediately as soon as I realized that it was from 2014. So it takes a while. The internet is currently working. We've currently got power. So, it's important that everyone verifies what they're checking, making sure it's not old footage. Even professionals can sometimes get it wrong. So, just as long as people are aware there's misinformation about there, and leave it to the professionals to verify stuff, tell you it's credible, and then move on to share it. It's obviously given a lot of the people on the ground are only able to focus on what's around them rather than the wider picture, which might be easier for people who are slightly removed from the situation to be able to do that. So yeah, the ability to do my job right now is not being impacted by the invasion. But if the power and internet is cut off and phone reception, then that may change. So hopefully we can stay broadcasting to everyone back home, and we can keep everyone informed about what the Russian army are doing to the people of Ukraine.
Yeah, information is power as far as that goes. Oz Chatterjee, good to talk to you. Stay safe, and hopefully we'll catch up with you over the next few days.
Yes, thanks very much.
Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines for you, and this is about Facebook banning Russia state media from advertising or monetising on its platform anywhere around the world amid the situation in Ukraine. Sir Nick Clegg is the Vice President of Global Affairs at Meta. It says Russian citizens are using the company's apps to express themselves and organise for action, and Facebook encourages them to continue to make their voices heard.
British Airways experienced a major outage, causing several flights to be delayed or cancelled, and a number of passengers stuck on planes after landing at Heathrow. The airline's website and app were down for hours yesterday evening, so passengers were unable to check in or book new flights. And that is BA's second outage in 10 days.
People eligible for a £150 energy rebate payment to help with rising living costs in England are being told you'll get it quicker if you pay your council tax by direct debit. The local government association says otherwise it's just going to take longer because checks need to be carried out on each household.
NHS staff, union activists and campaigners are going to protest today to demand an injection of billions of pounds into the National Health Service. The Alliance will demonstrate in England and Scotland to oppose further privatisation of the NHS and call for fair pay.
Lots of thoughts coming through this morning. Thank you for getting in touch. Morning to Tom, who says, and this is, again, I love your views because you raise so many valid points. We've depleted our own armed forces and will now reap the consequences. Why have we not learned from history? And our numbers are way down. They are way down.
Yeah, they are. And do you know, they always say, older people always tell you, don't they, that if you live long enough, history does repeat itself. Let's pray to goodness that that's not going to be the case. But why don't we learn from history? Stephanie says, I'm extremely worried if we get involved because my son is in the army. He was posted to Estonia 2 years ago as part of NATO on a 6-month exercise. I can't stop thinking about this. Obviously, my heart is with Ukraine, but I don't want my son, who's only 24, to be deployed into a potential war. I mean, that's what it comes down to, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, I totally get where you're coming from.
Oh, I do too.
So, yeah. What can you do? What can you do? It is their job. And they do it to protect Queen and country, and it's a remarkable job that they do, but it doesn't make it any easier for those of us
No, it's those left at home, exactly. It really is, those who feel it.
Jim says, Putin isn't mad, he doesn't want the West on his doorstep. If Russia put missiles on Ireland, would we sit back?
Well, no, that takes us back to the Cuban Missile Crisis, doesn't it? When Russia was starting to take missiles onto the island of Cuba, which was just a few miles away from Florida. And you can understand the US getting very upset about it at the time. And that was, of course, a major problem that, thankfully, all those years ago, diplomacy did, or at least they always say it's the two presidents actually spoke to each other on the phone. And they did manage to descale it down.
Because that was, I mean, the concern was a nuclear conflict. And
yeah.
Trevor...
And it would have happened,
It would have happened. Trevor got in touch. Morning, Trevor. Again, the voice of reason, I think. This war, like all wars, is frightening, says Trevor. But a nuclear war, which Putin is threatening, is absolutely world-changing on a level we have never seen before. The West has to be very thoughtful about how to deal with this situation. And
well, the West is being very thoughtful, and a lot of people are interpreting that as being slow.
Yeah. I mean, because this is the thing, and those people who say, well, why do we just need to get on with it? Well, that is what potentially could trigger a nuclear war.
You've got to agree on what could be a very, very difficult decision. Randall has said it's a truly horrible thing when you come to realise that you have no words, our leaders have no words, there are no words, and that the only answer left is action. We must stand with Ukraine, declare it a NATO member. It'll be crazy for all of us to stand and watch this tragedy.
Would that be like poking the bear, though? And would that ultimately trigger World War III?
Or do you let the bear just savage you?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, nobody seems to.
I mean,
really know.
This is the thing. It's one of those situations. It's why getting all different viewpoints is important, because actually it's a question to which there is no answer.
No, no, I know. I just can't help. I wonder if it's interesting that the government has kept us up to date with the intelligence and is saying certain things. Like, for instance, they have announced that some of the weapons that have been successfully used by the Ukrainians in repulsing the oncoming invading army are British-supplied weapons. And we've been almost bullish in saying so.
Do you think?
Well, yeah. You don't hear it from any other EU country, do we? Are we being more bullish than the other NATO countries in
It's
this?
interesting. I mean, a lot of people say, well, why weren't we doing more years ago on this issue, which is a legitimate question. But we have been supplying the Ukrainian army with those weapons, with NLAWs and javelins and things, and training them for years.
But today we made the point that they were used and they were British. They were British weapons. And the other thing is that Boris Johnson yesterday not only making a speech in English but making one in Russian as well. Is that being more bullish than the other NATO countries are being?
I don't know. I just definitely wanted to reach out to the Ukrainian and Russian people.
I sense that Boris would like to do more.
Do you?
What do you think? I don't know.
But at what cost? It would cost British lives to do that, and then the concern of...
But it could equally cost British lives if we just hang around and dither.
Well, potentially. But, you know, that is what puts Stephanie's son in more danger.
Yes, absolutely. Let us know what you think. Well, how do you interpret Boris at the moment and what he's saying, not only in English but in Russian too? I mean, he was directly appealing to the Russian people. Very interesting. GB Views at gbnews.uk.
Yeah, we'll play that clip for you in a couple of minutes, actually. But first, let's have a look at the weather.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Well, this is the moment that we were showing you the devastation afterwards. This is the moment that missile hit an apartment block in Kiev, in Ukraine. This is the aftermath. This is what was left behind as a result of that.
And that's a residential tower block in Kiev, hit by a missile. We don't quite know what sort of missile, but you can see in that first shot that this is the devastation, the people leaving afterwards. You can see how the missile actually hit. And then I presume that was a CCTV sort of camera
Well, it
shot
shows an empty apartment.
of an empty room.
Thankfully.
And then, yes, and then the destruction. Can you imagine living in... Well, that's why people are getting out, of course.
Well, journalist Oz Chatterjee, we were talking to just a few minutes ago, said his understanding was that there were some civilian casualties involved in that, though that's yet to be confirmed. He's going to go and look at
Well, of course, not all people will be leaving. I mean, anyone who can leave will be trying to leave, and we've seen all of those shots, haven't we, of 20-kilometre-long traffic jams, people of loading their families and a few belongings into the car and just driving to get to the border. But, of course, not everybody can do that, and I imagine there will be some people left in flats there who may well have been injured or killed.
60,000 people out so far, 30,000 across the Polish border, 10,000 or so across the Romanian border so far. We keep getting some pictures through of the Romanian situation, the Romanian border crossing. And when we get some more of that, we'll let you know. I mean, interestingly, the signals are a little bit intermittent at the moment, and that could well be the fact that bandwidth, a lot of these are coming through on internet bandwidth, and a lot of that is being very squeezed at the moment. So I know a lot of news agencies are actually cutting some of those feeds at times to try and preserve some bandwidth for people who need it. So it's
Communication is all, isn't it, for everybody? I mean,
Well,
and again, you're hearing so much of people trying to get hold of their families and not always being able to find out what the very latest is. It's also interesting, isn't it, that our Prime Minister, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, not only did he address people, I mean, a bit like President Zelenskyy, found that the only way to get the truth out was to stand there with Kiev behind him and actually say, no, I am not asking you to down your weapons, as was being broadcast. You know, I am still here, you are still here, and we are still going to fight for Ukraine. Well, Boris Johnson has sort of done the same thing. He's delivered his own message, not only to the British people about supporting Ukraine, but in Russian, to Russian people. And this is how he did it. Let's have a look.
The scenes unfolding in the streets and fields of Ukraine are nothing short of a tragedy. It's a generation or more since we witnessed such bloodshed in Europe. We hoped we would never have to see such sights again. And to my Russian friends, я не верю, что эта война от вашего имени. This crisis, this tragedy, can and must come to an end. Тому що світу потрібна вільна та суверенна Україна. Слава Україні!
I mean, do you know what? It's very powerful, I think, for to hear him speak that way, and it's going to be very powerful for the Ukrainian people to hear a world leader speak in their language, offering support, and also for those Russian people. And we know there are many who are very much against this. And
they've been protesting in many cities throughout Russia.
1,000 people were arrested yesterday. Protesting in Russia.
Can you imagine the courage it takes? Because you know, in Russia, if you're protesting against what the government is doing, particularly what the president is doing, you're likely to be arrested, and that must be a very frightening ordeal itself. But many, many thousands of people are risking doing that in Russia. So I don't know whether they'd ever get to see that Boris Johnson message, but if they can do, then it must be quite
sometimes
powerful.
we talk about the concerns about social media, but sometimes social media
is the only
can
way
play
through?
a positive role. But what about the politics in all this? I mean, look at those sort of politics. What about the big organisations like the UN Security Council? Russia has got a veto on the UN Security Council, so they vetoed a resolution calling on Moscow to halt its attack and withdraw troops from Ukraine. Well, let's talk to Richard Sakwa, Professor of Russian and European Politics at the University of Kent. Morning to you. Look, I mean, when we look at the United Nations in all of this, it just seems absolutely hopeless. They're not achieving anything, are they?
Well, it's not hopeless at all. The United Nations was the framework in which we could have organised the post-Cold War peace in the first place in terms of sovereign internationalism and the indivisibility of security. Clearly, the vote yesterday was interesting because China abstained. And obviously, in recent time, Russia and China have got very close together. And why have they got close together? Because they fear, and this is not to justify absolutely anything, but simply they fear what they perceive to be Western militarism and the advance of NATO, and in the South Pacific as well, this new AUKUS body, which is specifically designed to contain China. It would mean that Australia wouldn't be having nuclear submarines in the short term, but in the long term. And what are they for? Hunter-killer submarines. So we need to, precisely to step back and explain how we got to where we are today.
But
which is
how will that?
Both sides, by the way.
Sorry, say that again.
It's a tragedy for Ukraine, obviously,
yes,
but also for Russia. And as you say, those demonstrations are important because people are going out. The idea of a land war and this invasion is quite clearly something which has taken everybody, shock. I predicted or assumed that there would be some pinpoint developments after the recognition of the Donbass republics. They'd push back the Ukrainian armed forces, which, don't forget that 80% of the attacks over the last few years on the Donbass have come from the Ukrainian side. The vast majority of the 14,000 deaths have been the Russophone population in the Donbass. And but the idea of a full-scale land invasion was absolutely, beyond anything that we could have imagined.
But we've been wondering all morning while we were discussing this, does Putin really care what his own people think? How does the domestic politics work here?
Well, yes, he's largely insulated, but the Kremlin always pays attention to public opinion. But why Putin took this action now is because of the sense of an existential threat. Again, not to justify anything, but and this has been building for quite a long time. And one has to say that the British supply of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine is just one of those factors which may have tilted the balance. Look, we have to do this now, because otherwise Ukraine will be a permanent danger, a battleground next on our borders with missiles, with NATO advancing to our side, and Ukrainian armed forces will get stronger. So now or never. And so this is why Obama, years ago, refused to provide offensive weapons to Ukraine. He knew it would lead to an escalation of the crisis. And of course, we've got to a point now of an escalation, which is absolutely catastrophic for all concerned and absolutely appalling for the Ukrainian people. But, they've had so long, the Ukrainian elite and the government, and I'm not talking about the people, because the people in both Russia and Ukraine wanted peace. Absolutely clear. That's why they voted for Zelenskyy, the president, in April 2019, over 70% of the vote. And he posed as a peace candidate, and I supported him as the peace candidate. And instead of which, he then gave in to, let's call them what you like, neo-Nazi groups, but the extreme nationalists. And instead of going forwards with a Normandy format, which could have sorted out the Donbass and a number of other issues, or indeed to have declared neutrality. We want a sovereign, neutral, prosperous, democratic Ukraine. Russia felt its back was to the wall. This, again, it does not justify an invasion of this sort, but it does help explain that we too have a lot of, this in the West I mean, have a lot of responsibility. We've used Ukraine as a battering ram against Russia for too long. And so we should have stepped back a long time ago and said, look, we should encourage Ukraine to stop its own civil war in the Donbass and indeed recognize Crimea, and then establish a larger European peace framework, which is over and above simply NATO enlargement.
Okay, well, look, it's fascinating to get that sort of other side, to view the other side of this. Richard Sakwa, Professor of Russian and European Politics at the University of Kent. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us because we've got plenty more to come, including a look at the front and back pages of the papers with Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 8:36, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
Yeah, and don't forget you can watch us on YouTube wherever you are in the world as well. And if you are watching us on YouTube, you have to like and subscribe because that helps us know you're out there. Yeah. Actually, you are out there in big numbers today. We can tell by our little gizmo that there are lots of people watching in Birmingham, in Manchester, Glasgow, Southampton, Portsmouth, Telford, Dorking, many, many more. A lot of people are listening to us as well, so hi there, around the world on the TuneIn app, which I haven't discovered yet.
Yeah, TuneIn. There's TuneIn, there's Radio Player, and if you're in the UK, DAB Plus as well. So there's lots of ways to get hold of us, and so it means you can take us about when you leave. If you're watching on TV and you leave the house, get that app or whatever running on your car and take us with you, because we will continue to bring the very latest on the situation as it is developing in Ukraine this morning.
Right now, though, we're going to look through the papers with Petri Hoskin and Claire Muldoon. And it's difficult to leave the obvious aside, I suppose, isn't it? So, Petri first with the Telegraph.
Yeah, I just wanted to point this out, that, and I said it in the last review, is that we talk about being at war with Russia or Ukraine being at war with Russia, but actually it's with Putin. The Russian people, I think, have displayed such an incredible level of bravery, and there's lots of stories about them in the papers today. This is Telegraph. Russia's gilded youth lead the way in condemning the invasion. And let's remember that this is in a country, this is in Russia, where you can be disappeared like that they are now being accused of treason. We don't, you don't know. This is real bravery on behalf of the Russian youth. And I saw a young man being interviewed the other day who said, I don't want to take up arms. I don't want to fight. I don't want this. And as you were saying, Stephen, those that are even in the military in Russia didn't know
what was going on.
No. So I just wanted to make a nod to the Russian people. And actually, these sanctions that we're talking about, these oligarchs, kleptocrats and plutocrats and all of those, they will not feel this.
No.
They will not feel these sanctions for a long time. The people on the streets of Russia will. And so they are the ones that are going to suffer, as well as the Ukrainian people. And so many of these young people in Russia stand with Ukraine, and we mustn't forget that.
No, that's a really, really valid point. Claire, what have you got for us this morning?
Right, well, I'm bringing it back at home, actually, because Twitter's going off about history lessons in schools now, because we're actually living through a humanitarian crisis and potentially the Third World War. So schools are told to rewrite history lessons from a broader sense of what they're doing, because 1985, 1991 was the Cold War, when Gorbachev pulled through glasnost and perestroika, the abolition of the communist state-run country in terms of letting information in and out, comms teams, etc., public opinion and everything. Now our young kids have gone through post-pandemic. We've gone through that, the Cold War, and now into this. How can we teach our kids, history lessons from this when they're still teaching about the Tudors and the GCSE and the Nat 5s in Scotland? How to, promulgate and do and rewrite history? Well, you can't rewrite history, but what they're trying to do here is move away from a national curriculum into a more model curriculum activity, whereby you're expanding everything. And he would rather than people pull down statues, what he wants is the discussion around it as to why they are there in the first place.
Yes, I've always maintained that, Claire, that actually if you pull down a statue or hide it away, it doesn't make the conversation go away. It changes the conversation. Whereas if you retain a statue that has got a really dodgy past, but explain that past, that's how you learn.
Exactly.
Because the old saying again, that those who refuse to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And almost you could apply that to Russia, trying it on with Ukraine again. So, we've got to, history cannot be rewritten. Nope. It should never be rewritten. And all its ugliness and all of its vileness and all of its violence, we need to learn from it. Otherwise, we are doomed to repeat.
But isn't hindsight such a wonderful thing? When you look back on reflection of historical events that have happened, you would think that history would not be repeating itself.
But it is already, even within my lifetime.
It is,
Yeah.
We've got to remember, though, that history is often written by the victor, which doesn't mean it's true. So we need to look at both sides of history.
And that's what's fascinating about history, surely. It's current affairs in the past.
Yeah, I love it.
It's news in the past.
Well, that's an interesting way of looking at it. So we do need to... It's why, whenever we get the chance, I've done it quite a number of times, talking to Holocaust survivors.
Oh, my goodness.
They're, few and far between now. But it's such a powerful thing, and we need that message because to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Well, that's
their legacy.
But we're seeing similar things happen in China.
Well, with the Uyghurs.
The Uyghurs.
With the Muslims, and that doesn't really get talked about because China's such a powerful economic force.
And Boko Haram in Nigeria.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's also, it goes in other ways. I was, you were talking about the fact you were out in Bosnia during the war. I was there in the very last few weeks of the war with the UNHCR, taking children who needed operations, because for years children with these terrible diseases hadn't been cared for. And I was out there with them and split this historic town, which was absolutely bombarded. Every single building had bullet holes in it, and there were no glass in any of the windows.
Except they rebuilt the airport.
It's gone back, yeah, but it's gone back to being a hub of tourism again.
Yeah, no, that's
one of the most beautiful places you could see again.
And that's the concern, isn't it, with the idea that area may kick off again. I mean, I remember flying into Split when it was the airport was a bit of grit on the ground, and and then slowly through the conflict, it became a beautiful sort of marble-floored, well, quickly actually through the conflict, became a huge hub because all of the United Nations were flying in through Split. So they were paying landing fees, so they got money.
It's the same with Beirut, which was an absolute hellhole in the war, and is now a wonderful, beautiful, thriving place.
Is it?
It is stunning again.
I'd be too frightened to go to Beirut.
Because of its name, but no, it's an absolute hub of tourism and splendour and marvellous hotels, like it used to be, before the war. It's astonishing how history repairs itself as well.
But then repeats.
Yeah.
We're
mad, aren't we?
Let's talk Eurovision, because I know you two ladies are big fans.
I don't know if Vlad has heard about this, but as soon as he does, he's going to go, sorry, made a mistake with Ukraine. Eurovision has axed Russia after the threat of boycott. So many countries were saying, we won't take part in Eurovision. Who cares? I mean, is this a...
No, but it's important they're doing it. No, but it is important they're doing it, isn't it? Is it? Well, yes, because it's an event, and they're saying we're going to boycott Russia, we're going to stop Russia taking part.
It's an event that allows Australia into the Eurovision Song Contest.
And Russia, let's not mention
Russia.
Let's
not place too much emphasis on the Euro. Let's look at the vision.
I'm not. I just think if there's a growing body of events that say no to Russia, I think that's important.
No, I agree with you. I'm being slightly flippant about it. And, of course, morally it is the right thing to do. And the football's gone, and so is the Grand Prix. But it does make me smile when you think, what Vladimir's going to be laughing about over his cornflakes.
Do you know what? The fact it actually took them over 24 hours to agree not to let Russia...
Who thought that they were going to allow it anyway?
Who'd have thought it?
Look, we've got to leave it there. Claire Muldoon, Petri Hoskin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's bring you up to date with the headlines so far. British Airways has cancelled all short-haul flights from Heathrow until midday today. The airline said it's because of ongoing technical issues, not a cyber attack, they say. The website and app were down for hours yesterday evening, so passengers were unable to check in or book new flights.
Facebook is banning Russian state media from advertising or monetising on its platform amid the invasion of Ukraine. So Nick Clegg, who's the Vice President of Global Affairs at the parent company Meta, says Russian citizens are using the company's apps to express themselves and organise for action, and Facebook encourages them to continue to make their voices heard.
People eligible for a £150 energy rebate payment to cope with the rising costs of living in England are being told that they can get it quicker if they set up a direct debit to pay their council tax. The local government association says otherwise it could take longer because checks will have to be carried out on each household.
NHS staff, union activists and campaigners are due to protest today, wanting more money in the health service. They'll demonstrate in England and Scotland to oppose further privatisation of the NHS and call for fair pay.
Well, we were talking about events cancelling Russia, and of course that's happening all over the sporting world at the moment. With this is Aidan. Hi.
Hello.
So the big one is the football.
Champions League final, yeah. So, as I say, UEFA normally come in for a lot of criticism over matters like these, but they were just engulfed by a political storm, or a geopolitical storm, a global storm, if you like, earlier in the week, and they've had to act pretty quickly. The final was due to take place on May the 28th in St. Petersburg. It was due to take place there last year, but was moved just because of the COVID restrictions. Chelsea played Manchester City instead over in Porto. So we've had a situation now where they needed a new venue at short notice. Paris has come to the rescue with the aid of Emmanuel Macron, as you said last hour, Stephen. I think he probably has some face to save after his actions around Europe in recent months, didn't he? But he's provided the Stade de France. He's smoothed that passage through, and it's a safe, low-risk venue. It held the World Cup final back in 1998, a year after they broke ground. Euro 2016 final as well. Champions League final hasn't been there since 2006, when an English club did actually try and fail win the Champions League final. That was Arsenal back, 16 years ago now. The temptation would have been to go back to Wembley. Wembley was a fantastic host in 2011 and 2013 when the stadium was just a few years old. They made absolute fortunes there as well. A matchday programme cost £30, which is, and that was 10 years ago. Astonishing. And then Wembley also, though, is due to have the Champions League final in 2 years' time. So Paris represented a really good compromise, and it's an elite sporting venue, there's no question about that.
Yeah, yeah. What about Sochi and the Grand Prix? I mean, it's a way off, but they're still putting
Yeah,
their foot
I'm
there.
kind of, if you'd asked me probably 36 hours ago and they said they were monitoring the situation, I thought, well, it's not till September. Let's see how this plays out first. But just things have escalated so quickly that they clearly can't see a time in the near future or even the medium term where they can have an F1 race in Russia. Sochi held the Winter Olympics in 2014 as well. Russian money is just, sport is awash with Russian money, not just the football clubs, but in terms of the events that they've held. And when you've got Sebastian Vettel in F1, a four-time champion, saying, listen, no matter... Well, if it happens in Russia, I'm not going to be there anyway, no matter what the situation is. And then other racers or riders were beginning to queue up as well and offer their solidarity with him. So as soon as you do that, you haven't really got an event. And so they've taken the decision now, and it gives them a good amount of time now to find an alternative event. I'm sure we'll get some news on that in the next month or so.
Yeah, I imagine it takes an awful lot of planning.
Well, it does. I mean, it's a whole infrastructure thing. The Champions League final is different because they haven't sold any tickets yet because they don't know.
And there's already a stadium there. I mean, obviously you choose somewhere where there's a big stadium.
Yes, exactly. I mean, look, they've got a site in Sochi, don't get me wrong, but it's different because they've probably sold tickets to that already. And there's infrastructure around it already. It's an event. It's such a huge thing. It's not
enormous
just a
corporate event, isn't it?
Massive, massive.
And look, you're talking about Russian money. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, and it's absolutely everywhere. I mean, in terms of what Russia has achieved in the sporting sphere over the last 20 years, I can think of Daniel Medvedev winning the US Open tennis last year. I can think of Zenit St. Petersburg winning the UEFA Cup in football 2008. Apart from that, there's not a great deal. But financially, their influence is absolutely enormous. And they're very capable. They've proved very capable, to be fair to them, very capable hosts of sporting events. World Cup in 2018, Sochi 2014, as we said, Champions League final in 2008. They've done a lot of different things, and they've got tentacles in every area of sport. We've got Chelsea owned by Abramovich, which I think we're going to come on to in a moment. We've got championship clubs in this country. Reading have previously been owned by a Russian owner. You've got Everton owned by a Russian national, although Alisher Usmanov is Uzbeki born. Bournemouth in the Championship will probably be in the Premier League next season. Maxim Denim has been in the club now for 10 years, another Russian owner. So they're going all over the place.
So what are they going to do with, because all these sanctions that they're talking about now, and we don't quite know how it's going to impact someone like Abramovich and Chelsea, but where does it leave the club? Not him necessarily, where does it leave the club?
A huge match tomorrow. They're meant to be playing at Wembley at 4:30 or 5:30, I think it is, in the Carabao Cup final against Liverpool. Now, really interesting story on the back of all the papers today. Thomas Tuchel, their German coach, has been hugely successful since going in there, 13 months ago now. And he said that his players are worried and distracted following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They're not really... Players love certainty. Everyone loves certainty in life, don't they? Particularly in sport, you've got lots of a maelstrom of things going on before big matches. There's a whole build-up to worry about. And then if you're suddenly thinking, actually, where's this club going in the next year or so? What's the ownership situation going to be?
And if they stick with a Russian oligarch owner, are they going to become pariahs themselves?
Well, yeah. Tuchel made that point yesterday. I can understand why people would want Chelsea to lose tomorrow. I mean, I can't ever imagine. I can't ever remember a football coach, and we see the pictures now just outside of Stamford Bridge there for the benefit of those listening on the radio. But I've never known a situation, put it that way, where a football coach has said, I can understand why neutral fans would want us to lose. And the club haven't done anything wrong, by the way.
These oligarchs and very rich Russians who do love to get into British big soccer clubs.
Yes.
Do they have similar interests in soccer clubs in Europe? Or is it just
absolutely.
Britain?
No, not at all. I mean, their clubs around Europe, their football clubs around Europe don't tend to be as big. I mean, if you were listing them 1 to 10 in terms of where their interests are, Chelsea's the standout.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're not all owned by the same people. They just happen to be Russian.
I just wondered if there was something special about British clubs that appealed to
Well, I don't necessarily... I think if you looked at the top 10, but they'll buy anybody in this country. They'll buy Bournemouth, they'll buy Reading.
Yeah.
It's not just Chelsea.
It's just anywhere to make money, isn't it? It's an investment, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Abramovich made a penny out of Chelsea.
Well, it sounds as though they sink more money in.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's sunk over £1 billion in there. It's all listed as debt. at a company's house, he can recall that debt in theory at any point. I mean, he's not going to. He'd probably write it off and convert it to equity in the end. But it's still a huge investment of which he has made not a penny. It's been a massive, massive loss. Football clubs aren't generally
So is it because they love football?
I think so, but it also it looks like I was in Manchester when the Abu Dhabi group took over Manchester City. Now the problem there is that they have an image problem. Some of these countries have an image problem worldwide. So they use football much the same as Mohammed Al Fayed.
What, to launder their image?
Not launder their, to improve and enhance their image. I'll say. Yeah, launder's a good word. Launder's are normally a word we use with cash, but I think image that's a good way of putting it. But if you look back at Mohammed Al Fayed buying Fulham back in 1997, the guy could not get a passport, and he saw the popularity of football as using it as a vehicle with which to get a passport. Jack Straw and Michael Howard before him said, "Nada, you're not getting one."
Yeah, that's PR.
PR massively, and that's why football. When people say reclaim the game, some say that there's too much of this stuff been going on.
They're used to the money now, though, aren't they?
They are used to the money, yeah, exactly. But you know, you won't see the last of this. These clubs have got such massive global fan bases now that it's going to be an obvious attraction for anybody wanting to improve their image.
OK. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Now, at the moment, we're talking a lot in general terms, not just at the moment, because obviously we've got a lot of focus on Ukraine, but safety of women and girls is a huge issue.
Across the country, there are campaigns to make the streets safer. There were almost 1,500 reports of drink spiking incidents nationally last year, up from just over 700 the year before.
Well, Rachel Sweeney reports now on a new app that could transform the way safety is handled in the North East.
Newcastle is a party city. People come from around the world for a night out in Geordieland. It is big business. But with spiking cases on the rise in the UK, authorities say they have to ensure visitors and locals feel safe there. Katie Brady is a mental health care assistant from Newcastle. She said being spiked is terrifying, and it's happened to her twice.
Apparently, I was found in the toilets by the bouncer. My eyes had rolled back in my head. Took two of them to carry me out. But luckily, in whatever state I was in, had managed to use the taxi company that I used to use. And it was a taxi driver that I knew that picked me up. So when he got me to my mum's flat, he'd knocked and shouted, so it woke my mum up as I got into the flat. I'd actually been spiked. I had no recollection of the night at all. And the second time, I'd just been out for a few drinks after work. Been working in a bar, had a few drinks with my friends, just ordered our drinks, put drinks down, and then I don't remember anything after that.
Bars, clubs, public transport and streets. If a person has been spiked, they are vulnerable. In a bid to crack down on incidents like this, £1 million is being invested to make the city's streets safer.
Nearly £400,000 worth of Safer Streets funding goes into this, but that's topped up with local support and local funding from all of these organisations, including the bars and clubs in our nighttime economy, who really want to do the best for the women of our region. And then Newcastle Council also have £300,000, which is for things like lighting and CCTV and staffing. So it all complements each other, and it's there to make our place feel safer. It's a really safe place to have a night out. We know that, but we need to make sure people feel safe.
Some of the funding has been spent on an app called Safer Transport Northumbria. On it, people can alert emergency services to incidents of harassment, concern for others, or antisocial behaviour. Soon, partygoers will also see uniformed marshals and drinks covers. Other measures are seeing more investment, including a team of street pastors.
If somebody's come to town to enjoy themselves, they'll have a number of drinks. Something may happen, we never know. And so they act as if they're drunk, so they're disorientated. And we just try and assist them and give them a drop of water and get them reunited.
The street pastors are there to offer support, a friendly ear, and they are ready with everything from water to flip-flops.
If you're going out in a group, stick together. If one of the group becomes ill, please look after them. And always make sure you know how you're going to get home.
There is a determination to keep Newcastle as the party capital, to keep visitors coming and to keep the streets safe for all. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, Newcastle.
I have to say, I think anyone who goes round, and presumably it's men targeting women, you never know, but it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting to go spiking drinks like that. And those, I mean,
dangerous, terribly dangerous.
But I mean, that app looks useful. But Rachel was talking about drink covers, and actually that might be a very easy solution. Or just coasters. Keep a coaster on top of your drink, or whatever. Just be really, if you are out and about, just be careful.
Or have a friend and watch out for each other's drinks, I think.
Yeah.
Natalia, morning Natalia, says, I'm Ukrainian. My husband is English. In these difficult days, Ukraine really appreciates the huge help and support given by the UK government and people. We will never forget this.
Oh, well, look, we wish you all the best, Natalia. And we've got all the top stories, the latest on Ukraine, in just a moment.
Coming up.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Battle is underway for control of Kiev as Russian troops close in.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, February the 26th. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Oh, coming up for you this morning.
Sirens echo through Kiev as Ukraine enters the third day of an escalating Russian invasion. As Armed Forces Minister James Heapy says, Ukrainian forces have been putting up incredible resistance. We will, of course, bring you the very latest on the crisis.
Meanwhile, Putin sanctioned the US, EU, UK and Canada target Russia's President Vladimir Putin and the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov by freezing their assets. But will this be enough to deter them?
Plus, the world stands with Ukraine. Famous attractions around the globe light up in Ukraine's national colours to express solidarity with the embattled country.
Well, don't forget you can join in anything that we're talking about today, and we'd love to get your views on the ongoing situation. gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Now, the Armed Forces Minister, James Heapy, says Ukrainian forces defending Kiev have been putting up incredible resistance. This comes as Russian troops are closing in. And as more Ukrainians flee their country, nations like Poland and Germany have begun preparing for an influx of refugees.
Well, Stephen Kinnock is the Shadow Minister for Immigration, and he joins us now. Good morning to you. Look, this is a dreadful situation. It's going to require a big international response, isn't it?
It's an absolutely appalling situation, but it is so heartening to see the incredibly brave and stiff resistance that the Ukrainians are putting up. The Ukrainian forces are clearly outgunned by Russia, but there's no doubt that they are passionately committed to defending their country. And if Mr. Putin thinks that this was going to be some kind of cakewalk where he was just going to be walking in and greeted with open arms by the Ukrainian people, he has clearly got another think coming. 150,000 Russian soldiers is not enough to occupy a country of 44 million people that's bigger than France. Even if he manages to take one or two of the big cities, he will be up against then a very strong insurgency against him. There will be hundreds, if not thousands, of young Russian men going home in body bags, and the resistance to Mr. Putin in Russia will begin to grow. So I think that he has made a deeply damaging strategic mistake in all of this, and he's shown his true colours, which he has, of course, been doing for some years now. And it's time for the West to stand together and stand against him, and that is what we will do.
Absolutely, but while we applaud, obviously, and admire the incredible courage of the Ukrainians, there are a lot of families having to flee, and they're doing so. We've seen the incredible queues of cars along the roads trying to get out and over a border. We've seen people getting on trains, and what is so remarkable about them is they look just like us. They just happen to live in Ukraine, and right now they're fleeing. Poland has been very generous and been welcoming them in. Other countries too. But they're going to be in such vast numbers that surely we in Britain are going to have to think about how we respond to the refugees.
Well, our understanding is that the vast majority of people who are coming into those bordering countries wish to stay there because their plan is to go back to Ukraine as soon as the occupying Russian forces have been defeated and expelled from that country, from their country. So I think the priority has to be now in giving maximum humanitarian and logistical support to the bordering countries. Poland, as you say, has been incredibly generous in the way that it's effectively said, our borders are open and Ukrainians who wish to flee their country will be welcome here. So, we understand that the vast majority of them wish to stay. The Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary should now be reaching out to their counterparts in Poland and Romania and Slovakia and those other bordering countries to get a really clear and coordinated plan in place for what Britain can do with our other European allies and partners to support those governments. And once we're clear about how many may wish to move on from those countries and potentially come to the United Kingdom, then of course we have to be ready to provide safe and legal passage. But as I say, our understanding is that the vast majority of those refugees are going to want to stay in those bordering countries.
I mean, looking at the longer term with all of this and away from the potential refugee crisis, which there could be here, we know from talking to a lot of security experts that they think this may be, in the long term, a time for really having to step up security along the NATO border and to some of those countries that we have already deployed some people to, Poland and Estonia, amongst others. We're going to have to invest more in our armed forces, aren't we? We're going to have to really put our hand in our pockets to make sure that we can provide the security that we are obliged to under NATO.
I think that's absolutely right, and it's deeply regrettable that the UK government has cut the number of combat troops that we have by 10,000 over recent years, and has failed to invest in a lot of the kit that is required to bolster the eastern flank of NATO right now. It's all very well talking about cyber and some of the future warfare, but in fact, this is a conventional attack by Mr. Putin, and we have not been investing in the right forces and in the right strategies. So we need to see that change. We need to see all of those cuts stopped and reversed. My colleague John Healey, the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, has made it clear that that is what a Labour government would do, and we would really invest in our armed forces and also stopping all the waste that we see. Almost £13 billion of projects in the Ministry of Defence, which have ended up going nowhere, wasting taxpayers' money and not giving us the investment in the armed forces that we really need to see. We have to make it absolutely clear to Mr. Putin that NATO is a defensive alliance. And Article 5 is that an attack on one NATO member is an attack on all. If he so much as considers putting a single military boot on the ground into any of those NATO countries, then the consequences for him will be swift and they will be catastrophic. And that is what I think we have to make absolutely clear to him now, whilst doing everything we can to arm the resistance in Ukraine so that we stand with our friends and partners and allies against this tyrant and gangster that Mr. Putin really is.
Stephen Kinnock, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. In fact, let's catch up on the very latest with our Home and Security Editor, Mark White, who joins us right now in the studio. What is the latest news, Mark?
Good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, we've been getting much more information coming out again. Another day of fast-moving events, understandably, across Ukraine. We want to bring you some imagery, and I should say, of course, we've got the radio listeners as well. So I'm going to describe the images for those radio listeners. You can see this is an apartment block in Kiev, in the capital, that was struck by a missile. We saw the missile shooting across the sky, hitting the side of this 20-story building. There's a big gouge out just over halfway up this apartment block. And we saw the windows being blown out of that building as well. It is incredible to think, according to local officials in Kiev, that no one was actually killed in this incident. So either people have had the good sense to get out in advance and down to air raid shelters or out of Kiev altogether. But despite the ferocious nature of that missile attack on that block of flats, no one injured. Another piece of footage that we want to bring to you. I'm going to pause, but you'll be able to hear this on radio as well as see the pictures on our television service. But this is a missile strike in Kherson, which is in the southeast of the country, a missile strike on a filling station, and it's filmed from inside a local Ukrainian gentleman's car as he's driving along. Let's just take a look and a listen to this.
Самолет опять. Ебать, видели? Да, машине, блин.
That driver of that car there, you could hear the missile going over, smashing into that gas station, and then a big explosion after that was felt, shattering debris onto that vehicle as well. Now, I should say that, of course, even our listeners on GB News Radio will be able to see these images if you go to our social media accounts. YouTube, for instance, you can subscribe to the GB News YouTube channel, and you'll be able to see those images. They're on the GB News website as well. Now, in terms of a lot of the information that's been coming out this morning, some very significant developments and announcements from the Armed Forces Minister James Heappey. The intention of the UK government, he said, and indeed 28 other NATO allies, to send weapons systems and medical aid directly into Ukraine if they can. They wouldn't tell us how they are going to do that for obvious security reasons, and it's likely to be pretty difficult to get some of those systems across the border into Ukraine. But the Ukrainian government has called out for more in the way of lethal aid, for weapons systems. They've already received shoulder-launched missiles from the UK and from the US and other governments. They need more of that, ammunition, and of course badly need medical supplies as well. So NATO allies, despite what Russia might see as a provocation here, are determined that Of course, they're not going to put UK and other NATO ally boots on the ground there, but they will try their very best to get weapon systems into the country.
OK, Mark, for now, thank you. Let's talk to Keir Giles, who's a Russia expert at Chatham House and joins us now. Good to see you, Keir, this morning. I mean, what's your analysis so far of what the Russian troops have managed to achieve? Because certainly, from what we can tell and from what James Heapy is saying, you know, the resistance by the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people has been exceptionally strong.
That certainly seems to be true, and it may well have come as an unpleasant shock to Russia. Now, many people were predicting a campaign of shock and awe by Russia that would swiftly crush any Ukrainian resistance. That doesn't seem to be happening. We need, of course, to be very careful with everything we see circulating on social media, and even with the official statements, because the truth of what is happening probably lies somewhere between the optimistic assessments by Ukraine and the complete fictions that we're hearing from Russia. But certainly Russia has not achieved what it might have done if it had brought the full might of its armed forces to bear efficiently and swiftly moved in on Kiev. And what we're seeing at the moment, of course, is the start potentially of a long and protracted campaign, because even if Russia does succeed in seizing the capital, that doesn't necessarily mean the end of the war.
While we debate this, our Prime Minister yesterday addressed the Russian people in their own language and in Ukrainian as well. Will that have got through to people in any way at all? And what are they thinking at the moment inside the Kremlin?
Well, it's highly unlikely that Boris Johnson's message will have much impact on Russians, even if it's allowed to reach them. But what we have seen is acts of incredible bravery by ordinary Russians and by some quite prominent people within the Russian system speaking out against the war, which they know will bring reprisals. President Putin has been cracking down on dissent domestically as well, in parallel with his new assertive policies abroad. And the brutality with which protests are being suppressed is a clear message to anybody that wants to criticize the war. Now we've seen Russia taking steps to make sure that information about the war does not reach its citizens, blocking Facebook for insisting on fact-checking Russian news agencies, telling the Russian news media not to use the words invasion or war, and in order that message simply doesn't get through to Russia's own population.
What are we to make of really the potential for Putin to step this up? There is concern, isn't there, that if he isn't achieving what he wants to achieve as quickly as he wants to achieve it in what can be seen as a conventional land war, there's a lot of concern, certainly in the papers this morning, that he may sort of step things up to thermobaric weapons and these horrific weapons which would cause mass destruction. Is this what we should expect from this man now?
Well, actually, that's what we were expecting from the very beginning. It came as a bit of a surprise that Russia was not using its usual tactics of terrorizing the civilian population and causing as much humanitarian damage and tragedy as possible, because those are the tactics that Russia has found has worked for it, applying medieval viciousness and savagery to civilians and to humanitarian infrastructure. That's what worked in Chechnya, that's what worked in Syria, and that is why there are fears that it might now be unleashed on this European country as well. We haven't seen it to the scale and to the extent that we were expecting so far, but it is always a possibility.
He is more or less threatened that he would, if necessary, press the nuclear button. Would he, do you think? Is he capable of that?
It's not the first time we've heard that threat. It's come as a surprise to people, but that's only because they haven't been listening to President Putin over the last decade and more. And they haven't also been paying attention to what Russia's network of propagandists and influencers and useful idiots have been saying all this time, insistently pushing the message that you must not stand up to Russia, otherwise you risk inadvertent escalation that can't be controlled and will end up with a nuclear war. It's been part of a very deliberate propaganda campaign to try to give Russia this freedom of movement and freedom of choice to do things without interference. It's important that it should not succeed. And it's fascinating that somebody as apparently as conciliatory as French President Emmanuel Macron, who's been the one who has stood up and reminded President Putin that he is not the only nuclear power.
Yeah, that was an interesting move, wasn't it?
Sort of even more scary, though. Now,
Well, it is. Keir Giles from Chatham House, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Whatever it does, and no matter how much you know the subject, it's still terrifying, the very prospect of somebody being stupid enough to press that button to give the OK.
Lots of thoughts coming through this morning. Graham has asked a question which, actually, I've heard quite a few times, Graham, from various people. How about sanctions against Belarus? That country has allowed Russia to launch attacks from its soil. Well, indeed it has, and troops have passed over into Ukraine from Belarus, and indeed President Lukashenko has offered to allow Belarusian troops to take part in this invasion as well. I mean, it's a huge concern.
It is. More and more countries get pulled in.
But quite well, I mean, Lukashenko's, we know, corrupt as anything. There's huge controversy over the last election, or so-called election, which he won, and the way he has imprisoned and persecuted people opposed to him. But what the West is going to do about it at this stage, don't know, but it's a very valid question.
Everybody's got different points of view, though. Brian says, what happens to the weapons we sell to Ukraine if the Russians take hold of them? Well, they'll be in charge of them, I suppose, if they do take hold of them. And Malcolm says, I've just heard an American member of the Security Council say, it's hard to imagine tanks rolling down the street in Ukraine. I'm sure in Iraq, Syria, Libya and Afghanistan, they felt the same when they saw American tanks rolling down the streets there. See what I mean? Everybody has a view.
Yeah. Well, and all views are welcome. That's part of our remit, is whatever your view, we welcome them, we can talk about them, we can discuss them. We don't have to agree with them, but then that's life, isn't it? So keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And do stay with us, because we've got plenty more to come, including a look at the passenger plane that was brought down in 2014. Could this incident help shed light on Ukraine's current plight? We'll be speaking to the father of one of the victims.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland, with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud, though, nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time, though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday, with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:23, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne, live across the UK on your TV and on your radio.
Now, cast your mind back to July of 2014. 298 people were tragically killed when Malaysia Airlines plane MH17 was attacked and crashed in Ukraine, with many speculating the aircraft was actually shot down by Russian weapons.
Well, in 2015, the Dutch Safety Board published a report saying that the Boeing 777 was destroyed by a missile fired from an area controlled by Russian-backed separatist rebels.
However, the chief of the Russian Aviation Agency says that Moscow categorically disagrees with the results of that Dutch probe.
Well, let's talk to Barry Sweeney, who lost his son Liam in the tragedy, as well as a close friend, John Alder. They were both travelling to see Newcastle United play when the plane came down. Look, Barry, it's really good to talk to you this morning. I mean, first and foremost, this focus on Ukraine and on the tensions with Russia and Russian-backed rebels within Ukraine must be a painful thing for you to watch.
Oh, we've lost
that.
Yes, I was thinking that no matter what your thoughts are about what you know about the outcome of the tragedy and what the conclusions were, just to watch that. I mean, we didn't know, the average person, I think, didn't know about the Russian-backed separatists in certain parts of Ukraine and what that shooting down of the Malaysian Airlines plane meant at the time. Obviously, Barry did. We'll try and re-establish contact with him if we possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, it's just awful reliving that and reliving what Barry's been through.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got lots of your views coming in.
Plenty.
Karen says, banning Russia from the Eurovision Song Contest. Aren't we supposed to be punishing Russia, not rewarding them?
Oh, yeah. Well, I get your point. But what would we have said, in all seriousness, what would we have said if Eurovision went on and Russia were there?
No, that would have been wrong.
So, you know. John says, of all the conflicts we've been involved in over recent times, this is the one we most definitely should be involved in, especially after convincing Ukraine to dump the nuclear deterrent, which we did. And I can't remember exactly when it was now, speaking to an MP, a Ukrainian MP a few days ago. And obviously they denuclearised. And as his point was, and it seemed to be, a sensible move at the time. But as he said,
yes.
If Ukraine had nuclear weapons now, would Putin have done what he's done?
Don't know. Jim says it's obviously difficult to impose some sanctions as they have hurtful effects here. But why not have an immediate hit on Russia's tourist industry by putting it on the no-travel list?
Yeah, interesting. Would that have an effect on what Putin is doing? I mean, I just don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
It would be one of many things. It would just have to be one of many things on a menu, wouldn't it?
Certainly, we've stopped Aeroflot, which is the Russian airline coming into UK airspace, and tit for tat. Russia has stopped British flights entering Russian airspace. That happened yesterday. So there is an element of that going on already. But as I say, it's a case of maybe just being seen to do everything that we can.
And David says, why are we not setting sanctions against all countries that are assisting Russia, like India? But I suppose the problem is, if we sanctioned everybody, We would literally have no trade ourselves. And that is probably the dilemma facing a lot of countries at the moment, about where and what sanctions they feel are reasonable at the time without punishing your own country.
It's that moral dilemma, isn't it? Because, you know, any government's primary responsibility is the safety and well-being of their own people. And obviously taking this action does affect the well-being of, I mean, in our case, the British people. It is going to have an economic impact. We are going to feel the pinch at a time when the pinch is already being felt.
Massively,
but it's that moral question as well. You can't just sit back and let nothing happen.
And I say again, when you see the refugees coming out of, it's awful how ordinary families suddenly become the word refugee. Which is a horrible label to have hung around your neck, isn't it? But they are families, and they're ordinary families, and they're fleeing a war-torn area. And we've got pictures here right now, I think, of families arriving in Romania. I think they've just crossed the Sorry, this is in Poland. Yeah, we've seen quite a few pictures. Poland has been very generous, I think everybody agrees.
30,000
in saying, we will welcome you. They even said yesterday, we'll welcome your pets, recognising the fact that they are dealing with families who are having to evacuate their homes for safety. And yes, you probably would want to take your pet with you, wouldn't you? That's what family is all about. And these families are here arriving, I think, at the railway station. Not terribly sure exactly the site we're looking at here. But ordinary families dressed just as you and I would dress for the cold. If you were fleeing, you'd just take your warm clothes with you, just a few belongings, toys for the children, obviously provisions for the children.
Look at them. I mean, they're rooting around there looking for shoes.
Yeah.
Shoes for their little one, I think, who, you know, I don't know what this is. I mean...
And that's what I mean. It's just so awful where an ordinary family becomes a refugee family. You can be robbed of your home and your livelihood just like that.
It's awful. It's an awful situation. Let's return to, we can talk now to Barry Sweeney, who lost his son Liam in that MH17 crash, which it was concluded in a report, wasn't it, Barry, that this was down to Russian-backed separatists in Ukraine firing on that flight. This must bring back some very painful memories for you.
No, I think the picture's frozen there. We're having trouble contacting Barry.
Yeah.
Right, I think we'll have to give up on that one for the moment. Barry, if you can hear us, I'm sorry, we just can't get through in a decent way to you at the moment.
Can I just mention Terry, morning Terry, and again, we've discussed this before, Terry, but I mean, it's a really important point to raise because a lot of the concern here is not just what Russia is doing, what Putin is doing, but what President Xi in China is doing, and the fact that they're certainly not condemning the situation in Russia, and they are almost producing a bit of an economic bloc within themselves, which may soften our sanctions somewhat. And Terry says, can you imagine what the peoples of Taiwan, Malaysia, the Philippines and Indonesia, and the list goes on, feel today with China on their doorstep? And it's a huge concern. Perhaps a little bit of relief for Taiwan, of course, is there is a massive US naval base in Taiwan, which obviously provides a bigger obstacle. But obviously the dispute between mainland China and Taiwan, and China really wanting to reclaim that as their territory.
But we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, during our newspaper review? Why are there some countries that just seem to want to be omnipotent, that want to control everybody, that feel so threatening to other small countries who just want to get on with their lives? It's a conundrum, isn't it? It's a huge conundrum.
But it's also claiming back territory which you believe is yours.
But why want it in the way? If people are living there and they're living independently, why? Why do you seek to take them over?
But then why would we seek to? I mean, if you're watching in Gibraltar, you know I'm a honorary Gibraltarian. Why would we want to hold on to a place like Gibraltar or the Falklands?
Well, because
when it causes
particularly with the Falklands, because there were Brits living there, and in fact only Brits living there. There weren't any Argentinians on those islands until they chose to invade. So we were protecting our citizens, and we are doing so, I suppose, the same with Gibraltar.
Well, yes, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they're as British, more British than.
But Ukrainians are Ukrainian. Now, I know that there are disputed countries that we've learned have a certain amount of very strong Russian separatists in them, but it's still part of Ukraine.
But Kiev was once seen as the sort of de facto capital of Russia, of the USSR.
Yes. But those were those days. I don't know. It's an extraordinary conundrum. I doubt that anyone can answer that question.
No, but I mean, it's a really valid point that you raise. And why do we care? And is it worth? It certainly isn't worth bloodshed, is it?
No, and yet one man seems to be pushing us to the point of it at the moment. Well, it's already happening. Anyway, do stay with us for the very latest on the Ukraine situation, but we'd love to hear your views. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask. So why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
(9:34) morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. I just want to. We've had just through even more views, and again, just make some brilliant points. Alex, morning. Alex says we need to kick Russia off SWIFT. That's the banking system immediately. I don't care if it makes things difficult for us in the UK. This is a matter of principle and doing what is right.
And on that one, we get the very firm impression that President Biden wants to, that Boris Johnson wants to, but there are some EU countries that don't want to because their money is so tied up with Russian money. They feel that it would actually do their own countries a massive disservice. But other experts say kicking them off SWIFT would bring them back to the dark ages. And if that's true, that's what we should be doing, surely.
Oh, I agree with you, Alex. I do agree with you. It's just a case of we don't necessarily know all the implications, but a matter of principle. About time we take points of principle and act on them, I think.
Be tough.
Akhil says, Ukraine is a symptom of a much larger problem. The West has made some terrible geopolitical judgments since the end of the Cold War, taken its eye off the ball. Well, I think everyone would agree with you there. Putin and Xi are likely to continue to take advantage of the West's weakness and complacency. The West must now work skillfully to shift the balance of power in their favour.
Do you think they do see us as weak? They probably do, because we do such a lot of talking about things. And probably they see it as very little action.
Jaw, not war.
Yeah. And that is probably seen by these particular people as very weak. And maybe we are guilty of that. When you were at school, what was considered the best language to learn, best foreign language to learn?
Well, we were taught...
in terms of your future and who you'd probably be doing deal with.
French.
Really?
It was all sort of French. Yeah, you did either French or German.
Yeah, you did German. When I was at school, it was all about German. When my boys were at school, it was all about Japanese.
Yeah.
And now it's Chinese, isn't it?
Or Spanish.
Is that? Oh, of course. Well, Spanish is the biggest It's the most spoken language in the world, isn't it, Spanish?
Is it? I thought English was.
No, I think Spanish is now.
Oh, right. Yeah, Spanish or
with a language of
Mandarin.
air traffic control and things like that. We tend to be a very important language, but Spanish is the most widely spoken language, I think, in the world.
Yeah. Buenos dias.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. I can't think what actually good morning is. That's good day, isn't it? But, good morning?
Yes, buenos dias.
No, but that's good day.
No, we've got a Puerto Rican in the gallery telling you
She should know what good morning is.
She knows.
Yeah.
She knows.
Oh, it is Buenos Dias. I know she's
Yeah.
absolutely
So
promising
I was
us.
right.
It's Buenos Dias.
I was right for once.
Yes.
Doesn't happen very often.
Doesn't happen very often.
No.
Exactly. Oh, well, let's move on then. We're talking more than ever these days about the safety of women and girls. Across the country, there are campaigns to make streets safer.
There were almost 1,500 reports of drink spiking incidents nationally last year. That's up from just over 700 the year before. Rachel Sweeney reports now on a new app that could transform the way safety is handled in Newcastle.
Newcastle is a party city. People come from around the world for a night out in Geordieland. It is big business. But with spiking cases on the rise in the UK, authorities say they have to ensure visitors and locals feel safe there. Katie Brady is a mental health care assistant from Newcastle. She said being spiked is terrifying and it's happened to her twice.
Apparently, I was found in the toilets by the bouncer. My eyes had rolled back in my head. Took two of them to carry me out. But luckily, in whatever state I was in, had managed to use the taxi company that I used to use. And it was a taxi driver that I knew that picked me up. So when he got me to my mum's flat, he'd knocked and shouted, so it woke my mum up as I got into the flat. I'd actually been spiked. I had no recollection of the night at all. And the second time, I'd just been out for a few drinks after work, been working in a bar, had a few drinks with my friends, just ordered our drinks, put drinks down, and then I don't remember anything after that.
Bars, clubs, public transport and streets. If a person has been spiked, they are vulnerable. In a bid to crack down on incidents like this, £1 million is being invested to make the city's streets safer.
Nearly £400,000 worth of Safer Streets funding goes into this, but that's topped up with local support and local funding from all of these organisations, including the bars and clubs in our nighttime economy, who really want to do the best for the women of our region. And then Newcastle Council also have £300,000, which is for things like lighting and CCTV and staffing. So it all complements each other, and it's there to make our place feel safer. It's a really safe place to have a night out. We know that, but we need to make sure people feel safe.
Some of the funding has been spent on an app called Safer Transport Northumbria. On it, people can alert emergency services to incidents of harassment, concern for others, or antisocial behaviour. Soon, partygoers will also see uniformed marshals and drinks covers. Other measures are seeing more investment, including a team of street pastors.
If somebody's come to town to enjoy themselves and have a number of drinks, something may happen, we never know. And so they act as if they're drunk, so they're disorientated. And we just try and assist them and give them a drop of water and get them reunited.
The street pastors are there to offer support, a friendly ear, and they are ready with everything from water to flip-flops.
If you're going out in a group, stick together. If one of the group becomes ill, please look after them. And always make sure you know how you're going to get home.
There is a determination to keep Newcastle as the party capital, to keep visitors coming and to keep the streets safe for all. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, Newcastle.
Can I just tell you something about the numbers in all of this? And numbers are very difficult because they change so rapidly and it's very difficult to get them confirmed. But this is coming from the Ukrainian health minister, who has said so far, remember we're only on day 3, he said 198 Ukrainians have been killed and more than 1,000 wounded so far. This is Victor Liashko, and he said amongst those 198 dead were 3 children.
Well, if you launch missiles into blocks of flats, then that's going to happen, I suppose, isn't it?
We don't know, amongst all those casualties, how many were civilian and how many were military, Ukrainian military. But he has also said that another 1,115 people, including 33 children, have been wounded in this. And I think sometimes you've got to you look at the children, a child figure like this is an indication.
Yes, of the family around that child and everybody. Yeah, it's absolutely
Horrific.
obscene. This is happening in the 21st century in a modern, democratic society here in Europe. However, HMS Diamond is on its way. I just wanted to tell everybody because I'm very proud to learn. I didn't know there was an HMS Diamond. It leaves Portsmouth for the Eastern Mediterranean. It left yesterday to join the NATO ships monitoring the Ukraine crisis in that area. It's a Navy Type 45 destroyer, and it's joining the offshore patrol vessel HMS Trent, which is already out there. Diamond was due to go on February the 17th, but was delayed by Storm Eunice.
Oh.
Good Lord. But anyway, HMS Diamond is on its way. I just thought I'd tell you.
Yeah, stay safe. All those
Is there an
people on
HMS
board.
Dixon?
No, I don't think so. Though my family,
there is.
my family, the Nelson side of the family, were shipbuilders.
Is that right? The Nelson side?
The Nelson's my mother's side.
Oh,
so they worked
it's a good name for shipbuilders.
Shipyard in Vickers, if you're up in Barrow,
Yeah.
and it's submarines mainly now. In the DDH, the Devonshire Dock Hall nuclear submarines that they built Trident there, and so I'm from a shipbuilding family on one side and farmers on the other.
Oh, great!
So there you go. Whether we built Diamond or not, I don't think we did, but you never know. Look, a lot of this is about. In fact, Tracy, morning Tracy, says this war is being created by one man, not a country or its frightened people. That's a really valid point, and one that the Prime Minister has reiterated actually. In the last sort of 12 hours or so, he told the Russian people that I do not believe this war is in your name.
Yeah, Russia vetoed the UN Security Council resolution, which of course called on Moscow to halt its attack and withdraw troops from Ukraine. But the Prime Minister says it's been a generation or more since we witnessed such bloodshed in Europe. This is how and why he said it.
The scenes unfolding in the streets and fields of Ukraine are nothing short of a tragedy. It's a generation or more since we witnessed such bloodshed in Europe. We hoped we would never have to see such sights again. And to my Russian friends, я не верю, что эта война от вашего имени. This crisis, this tragedy, can and must come to an end. Тому що світу потрібна вільна та суверенна Україна. Slava Ukraini.
Well done him, I think, don't you?
Yeah, well, I think so, because though, I mean, some of the experts saying, well, people in Russia or people in Ukraine may never get to see that, but if they do, I think it makes an impact, actually.
Yeah,
I do.
And I think the fact that just the novelty, the fact that the UK Prime Minister is saying it in those languages, it stands a chance of sort of going viral or something, doesn't it?
I think it's a sign of respect. I think it's quite a respectful thing to do to those people, which is important, I think. Anyway, let us know what you think this morning. Look, we're going to have a look. Ukraine is getting involved in all of our topics.
It's affecting
today.
everything now,
It certainly is. So we've got the sport with Aidan and showbiz with Stephanie Tetchy. Morning to you both.
Morning, guys.
Morning, guys.
I mean, this is certainly playing into the sporting field, isn't it, Aidan?
Oh, hugely. I mean, football took the lead yesterday, closely followed by F1. As we've been discussing most of the morning, we know that the Champions League final was due to be held on May the 28th in St. Petersburg. It's had to be moved at very short notice. Even though the event doesn't take place for another few months, it's important to put contingency plans in place. France have come to the rescue. Stade de France in Paris is going to hold the final on May the 28th. There was talk that it could come to Wembley, but they've got the Football League playoff finals, which are very lucrative to Wembley, happening at the end of May. Stade de France is a good, safe, low-risk option. They held the World Cup final there back in 1998, Euro 2016 final, obviously 6 years ago. Haven't held a Champions League final, incidentally, since 2006, when Arsenal went there and lost to Barcelona. So it's an experienced, seasoned football venue, and you have to praise UEFA for acting quite quickly, because none of this was their fault. They had to act very quickly.
I think it's important that they did it quickly and said it.
Oh, without doubt. You need to give certainty to the clubs as well. It probably gives a little bit of impetus to Paris Saint-Germain, because if they get to the final, then they would fancy their chances playing there. But it has to be played somewhere, and I think to make a decision within 36 hours, they get criticised for a hell of a lot, UEFA, and they did it, and they came good this time. We have to say that.
Yeah, the right thing.
Yeah, and talking of decisions like that being made, perhaps not quite as quickly in some respects,
No.
but Eurovision has banned the Russian entrant.
Yes, they had to do a quick U-turn because on Thursday they boldly came out and said, no, Russia will still be a part of the contest because this is a non-political contest. And then the other members of the European Broadcast Union, such as Sweden, they were like, this cannot go ahead with Russia in it. So just yesterday, the contest came out and said that Russia will no longer be taking part in this year's Eurovision Song Contest. They said they don't want to bring the competition into disrepute. Disrepute, sorry. They said they don't want to do that. And they said also the competition is about building cultural cultural alliances. And currently what's going on in Ukraine, it doesn't allow that to happen.
No, it's... I tell you what, though, it is a political thing in the way they vote. Is it?
We always think it is, don't we?
They'll still probably get more votes in the UK, won't they?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if Ukraine won.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, but as Aidan just said, Russia will probably still get more votes than UK, even if they're not in it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people, some people absolutely worship the Eurovision Song Contest. And others think it's just a complete...
It's one of those shows that people love to hate. People are like, I'm not going to watch it, and then the next day everyone's been tweeting about it.
Oh, I know people who have
fun, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I know people who have Eurovision parties.
Yeah.
You know, every time somebody there's a shot, you down a shot or two with it. Yeah.
I remember Terry Wogan doing it. It was great fun.
Graham Norton's very good.
Norton's very good. No, it's as you say, it's one of those shows we either love to hate or we just love to make fun of. But it is nevertheless a big deal, particularly in Europe.
It is.
And to have it actually say, I didn't know that they prevaricated at the beginning, but to have them say no to Russia again, that's 2 no's to Russia already.
Yeah.
And there are more coming.
And I think it's just going to be this domino effect for Russia with all these different big cultural and arts events where they are just going to be slowly be faded out, which is a shame because, as we've said, this war is not on Russia, you know? So all these artists, all these creative artists are now being affected by what's been happening.
Yeah. No, it's a fair point. What else is going on, Aidan? I mean, we've got war-torn on the back
of the mirror. That's right. Yeah, well, I mean, we touched on it earlier on. It's the Chelsea head coach, Thomas Tuchel, saying that ahead of the Carabao Cup final tomorrow against Liverpool, he's, well, not concerned necessarily, but he finds it fairly obvious or understandable that Chelsea fans would experience a bit of backlash over Russia and the neutral supporters would probably want Liverpool to win over Chelsea. And he's saying that in terms of what it's done to the actual squad, I mean, the quote he uses here in the back of the Mirror, in fact, it was on the back of lots of the papers actually this morning, worried and distracted. That's how he describes the effect on his squad. There's also, if you look at other teams as well, West Ham have Andrei Yarmolenko. They're going to give him some time off, the Ukrainian winger. David Moyes yesterday said in his press conference he's been badly affected by what's going on. Everton have a situation with a player they signed in January, Vitaly, I'm going to get his name pronounced correctly so that I don't let anybody down, but it's Vitaly Mykolenko. He's a player they signed in January, just getting to know everybody there. They're having a protest today, not a protest, but more of a banner to stand beside and show solidarity ahead of their game against Manchester City at 5:30. Manchester City have a player as well, Alexander Zinchenko. He attended the vigil in the centre of Manchester yesterday.
Very awkward for them, actually, isn't it?
Hugely awkward as well, but it's funny, isn't it, how I always say that football specifically and sport generally should try and avoid getting into politics when they can, because it generally backfires. But this feels like homespun. It feels more organic. It doesn't feel as if the Premier League's rung all these clubs and says, do us a favour, get on board with this. It might be good for business, which tends to be what happens. But this time it just feels like it's been generated from a groundswell of support for the Ukrainian people. And Ukrainians footballers have played a big part. And Russian as well over the last 20 years.
If you're a Russian national and you're playing in a football team here, you're going to get journalists asking you, ringing you up and pestering you for what's your view on it, what side do you stand on?
Yes.
And it's very personally awkward for them. I can see that.
Yeah, and they have to be braced for that in the next few months. I mean, don't get me wrong, they will speak on it. There'll be the mixed zone, which is an area. I don't know. Are you familiar with the mixed zone,
No.
It's like an interview area where after a show or after a match in football where the players are invited to walk through. Sometimes if they see me, they might put their headphones on and pretend they're listening to music.
Yeah.
But other times, it's a little bit like a red...
swoop on them.
Yes, it's a little bit like a red carpet. That's probably the best... yours is far more glamorous. But ours is just a room somewhere where the players might... I'm on this side of the barrier. The players will walk through. If they get to know you, they tend to stop. But that's where the Ukrainian players and the Russian players, incidentally, are going to have some...
They're going to get collared.
They're going to get collared, but I think they understand the gravity of the situation. They understand that the Premier League is absolutely enormous. It's a global brand. They need to speak to the media. It's a sensible thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Yeah. Don't put your headphones on, that's what I'd say.
And it's been the same in the celebrity world. I think celebrities always get a lot of flack when such a big situation like this is going on, because people are like, how do you understand what's going on? But a lot of celebrities, including Angelina Jolie, who is a special envoy for the United Nations Commissioner for Refugees, she's come out and she says we have to do the most to support people who are fleeing their homes and have nowhere to go.
See, she's not just another celeb. She's actually got an authoritative voice on this, hasn't she?
Like, she's one of the major players that, you know, when it comes to celebrities that you would expect to speak up. And there's other people such as Madonna. She's come out today and she said she's saddened by what's going on. So even though people are always like, oh, celebrities, they're just coming out, they do have a voice. And they've also got a big fan base who might not necessarily care what's going on, and it makes them listen and makes them want to wake up.
That connection with Madonna, Sean Penn,
yeah,
I mean, he's there, isn't he?
He was right in the front lines on Thursday. So he's been in Ukraine since November, actually. So he's been documenting all the escalating tension which has been going on. And on Thursday, as soon as they invaded, he was back in Ukraine. He's filming a documentary. He wants people to see how it's been like for Ukrainians and what Russia's doing to the country at the moment. So he's actually met up with military leaders who've actually given him so much praise because they said he's doing more than what Western leaders have been doing.
That's interesting, isn't it? I mean,
well, he is quite a renowned documentary maker now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so, you know, that it is a very good subject to be making a documentary about. And if it reaches people with a proper message, then well done him.
Well, look, Stephanie Tetchy, Aidan McGee, thank you. It's been good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Tomorrow.
Just want to finish off with a few more of your thoughts this morning. Robert says, I think tourism to Russia should be cancelled immediately. The number of tourists that travel to Russia isn't massive, but, for example, cancelling cruise ships calling into St. Petersburg would be quite symbolic, especially as it's Putin's hometown. If Russia's tourism income dried up overnight, it would be another useful hit to their prestige.
Yeah, Marshall says we in the West have become too comfortable thinking that after World War II there wouldn't be another war. That's how comfortable they got after World War I, isn't it? Do you remember? The war to end all wars. Was it heck? He says the USSR was the threat post-World War II, and now after that demise in the 1990s, we have taken our eye off the ball. There's an argument there, I think, isn't there? Particularly as we were talking about, you know, the cutting back on spending for, you know, our armed forces. Were we right to do that at all? They certainly talked. All the experts said the next war will all be about cyber warfare and drones and things like that. It won't be a boots-on-the-ground war. And yet, look at what we're seeing at the moment happening all around Ukraine.
Jerry says, what is it about good old-fashioned, mutually assured destruction that Putin doesn't get? It was the background during the Cuban Missile Crisis and, in my opinion, helped to focus minds on both sides. Oh, I think you're absolutely right. Maybe he's so crazy he just doesn't care.
It's almost as though we've had to remind ourselves. I remember during the Reagan years, they kept... Do you remember in Red Square, every year, there used to be the big parades in Red Square. And all of these enormous missiles would be paraded up and down, and they looked horrific. And Reagan, it's almost Reagan would answer by saying, well, we're spending more on nuclear. And in the end, they got to the point where the mutually assured destruction would have been many, many times the planet. Wouldn't it? We had so many nuclear weapons that it was completely ridiculous. We would have annihilated each other many, many times over.
Well, then we had the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which has reduced that number significantly, but still enough to blow us all up.
Yes, exactly. They're still there.
Yeah, and you can imagine those numbers going up. And amidst all of this going on, what is going on with China? Cassandra says China would be the only winners in this. They'd come out on top. And then, of course, you've got countries like North Korea as well in the mix. I mean, it's a frightening time.
Funny old world, as they say.
Stay with us. We've got lots more still to come here on GB News. Esther and Philip are up next. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Bye.
Hello. After all the wet and windy weather in recent weeks, this weekend is looking a lot drier, brighter and sunnier for many areas, particularly across the south and the east. Always a bit more cloud across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some stronger winds here as well. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. This area of high pressure is centred just to the east of the UK. That's what's keeping it largely dry. But we do have some fairly strong winds towards the north and the west on Saturday, with this weather front just threatening a bit more cloud and rain across the very far northwest. But across England and Wales, though, a lovely day to come throughout Saturday. Lots of sunshine, temperatures lifting after quite a chilly start to the day. Always more cloud though nearer to that weather front across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. But even here, the chance of some bright or sunny spells. At the same time though, that cloud could be thick enough to give the odd spot of rain or drizzle. Quite a windy day towards the north and the west, like I said. Chance of gales across the very far northwest of Scotland. Here we're looking at highs of 9 to 10, but 11 or 12 in the south in that sunshine, I think, will feel quite mild. As we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, then most places will be dry. Those clear skies extending further towards the north and the west, so most of Scotland will be dry. Thicker cloud across the far northwest, just the threat of some rain across the Western Isles later on in the night. But again, fairly mild towards the north and the west underneath that cloud, but across much of England, Wales, eastern Scotland, quite a chilly night to come. I think probably too much breeze around to stop it turning too cold. Quick look ahead to Sunday then, and we hang on to that largely dry theme, like I said. A lot of sunshine from the word go across the bulk of England and Wales. More sunshine, I think, for northern England and eastern Scotland. A fine day to come here. But again, thicker cloud with some patchy rain for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Still a bit more of a breeze here, and that rain slowly pushing into the far west of Wales and southwest England later on in the day. Temperatures again close to where they should be for the time of the year, but if you're in that sunshine, I think it will feel quite mild with highs of 10 or 11 degrees there in the south. Quick look ahead to the early part of next week. Monday's looking quite unsettled, I think. A lot of cloud around, some patchy rain, but most of that rain will die away as we head into Tuesday with lots of sunshine developing and temperatures close to average. I'll see you soon.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV.